Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app. Podcast platforms, yes, those two, and 97.3 HD2, high definition, crystal clear radio. Great way to listen to the show. It's Thursday. It was light driving into work today, like legit light. I did leave 5 minutes late, so maybe that was a little part of it, but man, realizing that we got 4 months of that, pretty cool, or pretty close to 4 months. It's May. We turn the calendar. Obviously, that's going to give us a first real shot to look back at the first month of Mariner baseball. We'll do that quite a bit today. And we're going to talk to the Bone, Jay Buhner, who's getting ready to call his first few Mariner games of the season starting tomorrow as they go to Texas. Remember, he's going to call all the games in Houston and in Texas this year. So looking forward to talking to Jay. And, God, you guys are in my head last night. All of you. Mora, not as much Lyle, but Mora, G, Brock, all you guys, you're in my head. It's packing. Getting ready to go to my reunion. I'm going to my 25th college reunion. I know a lot of people don't do college reunions. Most of the people who would say that probably went to a large school. I did not. Pomona is very small. When I attended there were 1,400 students total. I think that number is now closer to 1,500 or 1,600, but it's really small. So to go to a reunion on campus on alumni weekend is basically like, it's probably closer to like your high school reunion. Like everybody will know each other. It's a small group. It's not like, you go there and you're an anonymous, like looking around like, hey, where is everybody? Plus it's a really like on campus school. So you guys are giving me grief that like I did lose a couple pounds for it because I wanted to look okay. But like I didn't spend a lot of time on the clothing or fit element of it. And I realized I was thinking about it last night. Why? I don't care about looking good. I cared about not looking bad. Does that make sense? Like I don't care. I don't need everyone to be like, "Oh, look at Salk. He looks good." Like I don't need that. You
just want them to not be like, "What happened?"
Exactly. Yeah, because I'm probably not gonna get to the point where people are like, "Whoa, like, dude, Salk looks good." Like that's not gonna happen. That's just not. It's never gonna happen. I'm never gonna look like that. That's okay. I mean, like, I'm not. That's fine. Just don't be like, ugh, what happened to Salk? Like he got old, he got fat, he looks terrible. Yeah, I don't need that. So that was sort of the answer that I was looking for yesterday that I didn't have for you guys. But I did spend a little bit of time kind of figuring out what I would wear at the over the course of the couple days of alumni weekend. I also saw this just this morning. This kind of got me. So Jordan Reed, right, is one of ESPN's younger draft analysts. Sort of he and Matt Miller are sort of the next crew of ESPN guys. And as we were talking about, Mel and him kind of cracking up, it almost seemed like during the draft this year, and just been slipping, I think, for the last few. You wonder how big of a role Mel Kiper's going to play in the draft moving forward for ESPN. And sort of the next group of like big name draft people aren't ESPN folks, right? I mean, Daniel Jeremiah, I think right now is probably the biggest, and we love talking to DJ. You guys will hear that conversation from yesterday coming up here in 25 minutes, which is awesome. DJ is the best. And then there's others, but, it's not generally, other than Matt and Jordan, who are kind of up and coming, the ESPN group doesn't have quite the same juice. Anyway. Jordan, I was looking at Jordan Reed's. He did an early 2026 mock draft, okay? I know it's way too early. This is not about, who's going where or anything like that. And it is interesting that a lot of those guys are already saying that, Arch Manning may not even be in this draft, so they're not even putting him into the early mocks since, both Peyton and Eli took all of their years of eligibility. They're like, yeah, this kid's not coming out yet, so hold your horses. But I saw this for the Seahawks, okay? And I'll read you their draft, who he has them drafting, but that's not even the story. His too early 2026 mock draft says Spencer Fano, offensive tackle, Utah. And he writes, the Seahawks drafted Gray Zabel in round 1 this year, but they could easily go back to the offensive line next April. Right tackle Abe Lucas struggled to stay on the field. Perhaps the Seahawks look for more help there. Fano's a physical, heavy-handed blocker who takes pride in putting rushers in the ground. Light feet and pass protection, gave up only 1 sack last year, played both left and right tackle in college, could slide inside to guard, would be a great fit in his own blocking scheme because of his ability to make effective blocks in space. He sounds awesome. Can we sign him up now? That sounds great. Right, we talked to Steve Hutchinson yesterday, and it's interesting. Brady did feel like that was breaking news. I kind of did too, but I wasn't sure if it was out there or not. That Hutch was pretty clear that Zabel's going to play left guard. We had already heard he was going to play guard, and Hutch is like, well, we're going to slide him in at left guard. Like, okay.
I think it just felt like that was the hole with Lakin Tomlinson gone, whereas you guys had guys that were already competing at the other spot. So I think we assumed, but it hadn't been said.
Maybe that's why I didn't say anything, because I guess I was assuming it also, but he said it. So, all right, that feels, pretty legitimate. So there's a little news in there. Yeah, I would sign this Fano guy up right now for right guard. That'd be great. Now you really have an offensive line. But that was not the thing that jumped out to me. No, what jumped out to me is that he had the Seahawks next year picking 12th. Really? The Seahawks are going to be 6 spots worse than they were a year ago? Do you see that? Like, when you start thinking about the 2026 football season, do you think the Seahawks have gotten 6 spots worse? I don't. I don't see that at all. I don't even see that a little bit.
No, and I think the Niners are going to take a step back.
Yeah.
The Cardinals still have to prove that they can be competitive.
I was pretty sure. I guess if you're going to do a mock draft right now for 2026, obviously you've got to guess at where teams are going to be picking. You think the Seahawks are going to be the 12th worst team in the league this coming year? Almost bottom third? That was very surprising to me. Very surprised. I don't see that at all. I really like what they've done. Maybe it's not enough. I mean, geez, you still have some holes in the lineup in the roster, but kind of look at that and was like, man, that looks pretty good. I will say this about the Seahawks. I was thinking I could not fall asleep last night. I was up all night. Lyle, I was up with you. It was like 12:30. I'm lying in bed. I can't fall asleep. I felt like you.
Just another day at the office.
Just another day, right? Exactly. What? Who's the biggest star on the Seahawks? Like when you go to training camp, who are you most excited to see? It's kind of weird.
I think after last year, you're hoping Jackson Smith and Jigba's gonna be that guy.
Yeah, maybe.
But probably not there yet.
Who's going to be like your top 3 when we do most intriguing Seahawks leading up to training camp in July? Who are going to be the top 3 most intriguing Seahawks? Like it's going to be a really different list than it's been. I mean, obviously, I'll reveal it right now. Sam Darnold probably going to be number 1, but it is going to be people you want to get eyes on this year are going to be very different.
Ernest Jones.
Yeah, Ernest Jones is. You think he's one of the stars?
I think we got, because he came in late and was a little banged up last year, and we already got a glimpse of what he can do, but I think there's going to be some excitement for a full season.
Cool. Yeah, that name hadn't dawned on me. I'll buy it. Great argument. That name had not occurred to me.
Yeah, I was going to say Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, kind of waiting for him to take that leap that I think we were hoping would happen last year. But, it is weird. It's not a team full of stars. Cooper Kupp maybe will be a name people are most likely excited to see, but again, kind of on the wrong side of 30. Man, it's going to be fun. I've been looking at this in a very positive way for the Seahawks. Man, they're getting better here, better there, better here, better there. But to see, actually, we think they've gotten 6 spots worse was man, tough to see. But nobody knows anything, and baseball right now is proving that as well as anything. I mean, we're getting to a point here, guys. We're a month in where we're all going to say small sample size because it's only 4 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever it is. 1 month does not a season make for the Mariners, but you start going back an additional month and a half before that, and pretty quickly you're into half a season of baseball where the Mariners are hitting. You're now coming up on half a season. You go back to last year's trade deadline acquisition of Randy Arozarena, you're hitting. You're a good hitting team. That's starting to become something real. And I don't know if it's going to continue. It may not. If it does, if this continues, how many people in Seattle are going to owe an apology to someone? A lot, right? Raise your hand if you're in this room. If the Mariners keep hitting like this and finish with like a top 5 offense in baseball this year, raise your hand if you're going to owe someone an apology. Lyle, put your hand up. Mora, you probably have to put your hand up. Everyone out there is going to have to put their hand up. Someone's going to owe Jerry DiPoto an apology. Someone's going to owe John Stanton an apology. Someone's going to owe Dan Wilson or Edgar Martinez an apology. And they might be different, right? Everyone's going to have someone different to apologize to. Someone's going to have to apologize for not believing that the new hitting coach can work out. That might be me. Someone's going to have to apologize for believing that ownership doesn't care about winning and that they needed to spend more money in order to compete. Someone's going to have to apologize for believing that the Mariners were foolish to bet on what they had done at the end of last season rather than to go out and add more. Someone's going to end up looking ridiculous. All of us in various ways, because I think we've all blamed somebody and we're somewhat unhappy. If you were 100% all in, loved their offseason, and thought that this was going to carry them, good for you. You're going to be in the minority. But a lot of us are going to be going, man, whew, this is not the way I expected it to go. Now, again, it's early. It's early. It is. It's still May 1st. There's a long way to go. They're about a game or two better than they were a year ago. And if they keep riding this thing, obviously that will continue and they'll win 90-plus games. But we all know how baseball goes, and it will surprise you. In the moment you think you have a sense for where things are going, they will turn on you. A year ago today, if you had asked me to bet, I would tell you that Baltimore had finally turned the corner and was one of the best teams in baseball. They couldn't be worse right now. We'll go through some of those numbers a little bit later. Anyway, I got to take a break. I got to come back here, give you guys everything you need to know, and then we'll hear from Daniel Jeremiah as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
What do you get when you assemble 50 manufacturers with over 400 new and used RVs plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get an RV buyer's dream. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your bouquets now. Go to Books.com, use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Books, promo code CANTY.
All power, zero compromise. Eagle cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit EgoPowerPlus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's EgoPowerPlus.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Hey there, I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh my gosh, the unstoppable Mariners win again. This time 9-3 on the strength of 6 runs in the 7th inning, 6 straight hits, 7 hits in the inning. They are just on fire. Everything working out. Hold on. I think we might need our sound up.
Here's the 1-1. He takes off to third. Swung on, bounding ball to third base. That's through a base hit. Julio picks himself up. He's going to score. Cal Raleigh drives in a run. The Mariners, a 4th spot here in the inning. Pouring it on. It's 7-3 Mariners.
When you're hot, right? When Julio's stealing third and diving and the ball goes right over, within an inch or two of hitting him, he would have been out. He had no idea where the ball was. But when you're hot, you're hot. You steal second, the third baseman moves over to cover the bag, and the ball goes right into that spot. They are on fire. En fuego, whatever phrase you like. That's exactly what the Mariners are doing right now. Dan Wilson, obviously happy.
Really good way to cap the homestand here. Another just a really good ball game all up and down around. When you look at offensively, defensively, on the mound, a lot of great stuff today.
Yeah, and he's right. I mean, just heroes abound, right? Randy had an early home run, multi-hit days from Crawford, Rosarena, Solano, Rivas again, who's just been unbelievable. Quality start from Emerson Hancock. He goes 6, gave up just 3. Team had a shot to win late in the game because of him. So that is 4 straight wins. That is 7 straight series wins. They're 18-12. They're in first place. They're 2 games clear of the Astros. They're 2.5 ahead of Texas. They're off today with 3 in Texas this weekend. And yes, it is early. And yes, last year in April, things looked great. And then by August, obviously, they were in a completely different situation. So it is early. I'm not telling anybody that this is going to continue because generally 1 month is not predictive of the next. But there are a lot of real positives building here for the Mariners. And if they can build on top of them, yeah, you're looking at a team that is going to be a whole lot better than they've been the previous couple years.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
On the other hand, while the wins keep stacking up, so do the injuries, right? Some good news, some bad. Luke Raley going to miss some time. Turns out an oblique injury that got him. He's going to miss at least 6 weeks while they wait for that to calm down. Tough injury for baseball players, right? Just the twisting and everything that goes on with your oblique. Hopefully this one doesn't linger, but you're looking at minimum mid-June, probably later before you see Luke Raley. George Kirby, though, looked good. He's going to start a rehab stint as soon as this weekend. Great news, but he got to get to 75, 80 pitches before he returns to the team, so that's probably still a couple more weeks away. Matt Brash, I think he's going to be a lot closer. In fact, could be back really soon, maybe even on this road trip. Dylan Moore on track to be activated as soon as his 10-day stint is up next week. And then Gregory Santos, a knee surgery. I didn't realize that had even happened until he got transferred to the 60-day IL. So he's going to miss at least the next 2 months as his Mariner tenure has not gone well at all.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see. Seahawks getting really nice compliments for their draft. Daniel Jeremiah joining us yesterday.
I liked it. I thought they did a nice job of finding some needs and filling some needs while not reaching for those players. I thought where they landed them, there was value there. I thought there's a nice mix of kind of like the steady, reliable guys and then some upside plays as well. So I was a fan.
Yeah, I think most were. So whether it was the high grades, right, they averaged out to 3rd in the league, or the value picks. Matt Miller gave them 4 of his top 100 value picks. Eamon Worry at 11, Zabel at 28, Horton at 70, Martinez at 71, Field Yates similarly. He did it by round. Gave the Seahawks a top value pick in 3 of the 7 rounds. Yeah, Zabel in the 1st, Cabledew in the 6th, and then Martinez in the 7th. So yeah, a lot of folks lining up to appreciate what it is the Seahawks have done. That's everything you need to know, a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Man, people are really struggling with the word if. If's a big word. It's doing a lot of work in the first segment. I didn't just tell anybody to apologize to anybody. I said if. Huge if. If all of these things continue for the next however many months and the Mariners surprise us at the end of the year, yeah, I'll apologize. I'll be front and center. I didn't see that coming. Not after the offseason they had. I'll be the first in line, guys. I'll be the first in line to apologize to a lot of folks that I thought were blowing it and instead, at least through a month, have not. But this is super early. It's April. Well, now it's May. But they haven't even played a game in May yet. You got to go through 5 more of these months before we figure out what this team really is. But what we've seen so far, anybody got a complaint about the way they've, handled all of these injuries, all of the resilience they've shown, the type of baseball they're playing, and going back 82 games, so half a year? The Mariners are like the second best offense in the American League over that time. It's crazy in like every stat. So, yeah, it's a big, big, big if. But if it happens, I promise I'll be first in line to get it done. Daniel Jeremiah, we were so psyched to have him yesterday after the draft. I want to make sure everybody hears every single thing he said. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation, or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big number with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Tridents up.
The Mariners are celebrating Mother's Day weekend during a 3-game series May 9th to 11th. And on Mother's Day, Sunday the 11th, the first 10,000 moms will score a clear purse thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then the action continues with a showdown against the Yankees May 12th to 14th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
And family that
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, obviously, this is something we've all been waiting for. Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network joining us as he's done for however many of the last few weeks, getting ready for the draft. And now that it's all done, DJ, I know you don't do draft grades. I haven't seen draft grades, but what do we think?
I liked it. I thought they did a nice job of finding some needs and filling some needs while not reaching for those players. I thought where they landed them, there was value there. I thought there's a nice mix of kind of like the steady, reliable guys and then some upside plays as well. So I was a fan. I mean, I can tell you this: you guys were the only people outside of like people within the league and family that got a text message in the first round. I can tell you that much.
I love the picture.
You were at the front of my mind.
The picture is so great. The picture you sent of you is awesome.
I didn't know why we didn't have the video of Schneider calling you. I didn't know if he was going to call Zabel first or call you first. I didn't know who was going to get that first.
Different types of calls. One I think would have been very nice, and the other maybe not so much. But
why'd they end up on him?
Yeah,
why'd they do like the conventional thing that got me screaming the day of the draft? Why do you think they ended up putting that card in more than anyone else?
I don't. First of all, I think it was not a choice between Zabel and another player. I think it was a choice between Zabel and getting out. And they just obviously weren't able to land on something they felt was good value to get out of there. I mean, that's the way the draft kind of fell. I mean, he was for me, he would have been like one of my top 4 available players, and they're all similarly graded there. So you've got a position of need, and you've got someone who I think has high floor as anybody in the draft. Like, gosh, the guy can play anywhere along the offensive line. He's got elite makeup. You talk about this new system and wanting guys who can move. He can do that. So, I mean, I don't know that it was that hard. I think I would have been surprised if anybody else was the pick, to be honest, based on how all fell.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking as we were watching. 12 of the 17 players that went before him play on the line of scrimmage, if you include tight ends. Yeah. So, I mean, like, I kind of felt like by the time it came to him, I don't think they could trade out. Like, if they had traded out, there were so many big guys that were gone. It felt almost not, maybe there were teams that didn't want to come. I don't know what it was like behind the scenes. But if I would have been John in that spot, I don't think I could have traded out even if I'd wanted to, just because of everything that was gone.
Yeah, and it really kind of, to me, the lack of depth at certain positions informed a lot of decisions that were made. I made the point with the Jets, kind of going through that process with them. They needed a tackle and they needed a tight end. And you could say, okay, well, I have a little bit higher grade on the tight end where they're picking in the first round, but man, look at the tackles you're going to be looking at if you don't take one there. The tackle group in the next round is just not very good. And I think on the interior, there was just a teardrop. I mean, I think there were some good players there. I think Ratledge, Miles Frazier, good, solid players, but definitely a teardrop from those first 2 interior guys.
And then the Seahawks come up on day 2, and we knew they had ammunition. Salky had sent it to us in our show note the night before, like, hey, man, all you got to do is trade, this and this, and you can come all the way up into the mid-30s really, really easily. They do, and they come up not for an offensive lineman, but for a safety. Talk to me about Eamon.
Yeah, Eamon Wari, I mean, gosh, I'll tell you exactly what number he was on my list to give you an idea of what value I thought they were getting there.
15, I believe.
Yeah, Eamon Wari was he was my 15th player. Yeah. So, I mean, you're getting a first-round player. You're not having to part with, a future first-round pick. That's always a win for me when you can pull that off. So, they get a top 15 player in this class who, I know a lot of the conversation was, okay, it's Seattle, and this is, John's trying to find Cam Chancellor 2.0. This felt a lot more to me like Hamilton, like how Hamilton can be used in Baltimore with that kind of athleticism that you can put up towards the line of scrimmage. You can do all different things with him there. I just think he's a more, it sounds, I don't want to hate on Cam Chancellor because Cam Chancellor's a really good player, but this guy's got so much more twitch and speed and juice and burst. Like, to me, that's not a great comp.
So why was he there? I mean, what was he doing there at 35?
I can tell you exactly what happened. I did my last mock draft, and I heard from his agent who called me after the mock draft was over and said, I don't understand, how in the world do you have this guy not going in the first round? You think he's a top 15 player, yet you don't have him. It doesn't make any sense. And I said, because every single year a good safety falls to the second round. I mean, you can go back and track it. Brian Branch was a top 20 player and went in the second round. Javon Holland was a big-time player, fell to the second round. This league does not value that position as much as maybe we do publicly. Now, I think it's a mistake. I think that you can look at a lot of those guys. McKinney's another one.
Buda Baker.
Yeah, every year there's just highly rated safeties, and every year one of them will fall into the second round. I don't agree with it. I think it's foolish because we see so many of these guys who are somewhat can't-miss players, and they end up being great pros. But that's just how the league is, man. So that's why he's available. It's not for any other reason. That's it.
I think for Salk and I and a bunch of our audience, we mentioned so many of these names. I know Salk's going to get to Milroe, very enamored with him, and I think at the right spot at 92. But of all the guys that I don't know very well, I did not have Miami over the last few years. I don't know Elijah Arroyo at all, and I would say our audience probably needs to learn the most about him. What don't we know, and did you like him at 50?
Well, now I'm going to see, this is going to be great. I'm glad you phrased it that way because I know Salk says he's a good friend of mine, and he says he consumes everything I put out. Who was my comparison for Arroyo on the draft?
That would be one Noah Fant.
Oh, nice.
And I got to tell you, if there was anything that I think concerned people around here, it was your comp to one Noah Fant.
Yeah. But a motivated. Noah
so not
Fant.
really like Noah Fant.
Talent-wise, movement-wise, he looks like Noah Fant. Noah Fant could really, really run. So this happens all the time, by the way, during the draft, is that you see comps go to teams where you had them, compared. But he's someone, he just hasn't been healthy. If he'd been healthy through his whole career.
Like, what kind of injuries are we talking about here? Are these soft tissue stuff? Or are we talking about, real stuff?
No, I think it's a lot of soft tissue stuff. I'd have to go back through and find all that stuff in a different document. But he went to the Senior Bowl, guys, and if you would just popped on the Senior Bowl practice tape and watched him move around and run around, you'd be like, this guy's a first-round pick. Like, he's got height, weight, speed. He can separate. He can track the ball. He can go up and get it. Just, and then when you talk to the coaches at Miami, they say, look, even when he was healthy, we underutilized him for what he is. So, Restrepo just kind of was like, that was where the targets were flowing for Cam Ward, who's comfortable with him. But at that point in the draft, absolutely, that's a good pick, man. You just, you got to cross your fingers and toes. You can keep him healthy. But athlete-wise, you got somebody that's got a chance to be a really solid starter.
Will he run over? Will he break more tackles than Noah? Like, I don't mind Noah Fant. I just don't. I've never seen a tight end break fewer tackles. When this guy gets the ball in his hands, can he knock over a defender?
I wouldn't say that's his favorite approach. To me, he's more likely to use his athleticism than his physicality. He's going to run away from you. He's going to make you miss. He's a little more loose than Noah Fant. Noah Fant, especially the more he played, you saw a little more stiffness with him. It was kind of straight line speed. This guy's a little more loose.
I even saw some folks saying that maybe he could play some X receiver. Is that a possibility for him?
You can watch him run routes. You can watch him split out and run routes at the Senior Bowl one-on-ones, and he does look like a jumbo receiver. Now, I don't think that's where you want him to make his living out there against corners, but if you can utilize him in the formation and put him out there, and they're going to walk a safety out there, or, I'll take my chances. Well, that's more the lines of what it would be.
And especially if they are going to have more two-receiver sets, maybe there is an opportunity to do more of that where, you throw a couple tight ends out there and then change what the defense looks like, and then you can split them out there as an extra receiver. That's kind of interesting. All right, I'm intrigued.
By the way, this is what happens when you've been just doing draft stuff forever, and then you come home and your wife has to take a trip with your daughter. Is that I look out and it looks like my pool's going to overflow, and I don't know anything about anything other than just draft prospects. So I text the pool guy, and I'm like, you got to get out here right away. This is not good, man. This looks like this pool is going to overflow. We got major problems. And then he texts me back, it shouldn't overflow since the sun comes out. It does evaporate. I'll talk to Jeff and see what he suggests. I don't know what that means, but I would not like my wife to come home and have my whole house be underwater.
It'd be nice to have a pool guy, don't you think? Wouldn't it be nice to have a pool guy? I don't know.
Are you saying you got to go right now? You got to go siphon the pool?
No.
Maybe a tidal wave or something.
I mean, I've got a golf lesson in an hour and 10 minutes, and then I might have a flooded house, but I'm going to fix some of my tempo issues that I've been having.
Then we can't let you go until we at least ask you about the quarterback, for God's sakes.
Oh, yeah.
This is the thing we're so excited about. What can we expect? Here's how I would ask. What can you project year 1, year 2, year 3 for Jalen Milroe?
Okay, I'm going to say I think Jalen Milroe is going to get a chance to start two or three games. It's just hard. The odds
in
are
year 1.
The odds are your quarterback's going to get nicked up. He's going to miss some time. It's a long season. And this is one of the things I get excited about Milroe, and I understand he's got a long ways to go in terms of his development as a passer. But he's like the perfect skill set to me for such a thing. Like, it's, hey, we got, Sam needs a couple weeks. His ribs are messed up. We got to, we can run him out there, and we can just commit to his legs and that style of play for a couple weeks. I don't think initially you couldn't run him out there for much more than that, because you're going to need more from him as a passer. But I think he can get you through a couple game stretch year 1, and then the hope is that breeds a little bit of confidence, and now you go into year 2 and you see what, how competitive he can be for that job. That to me is kind of that's the beginning liftoff for that whole thing. Is I feel like you will see him for a game or two, and I think what's going to happen is he's going to get people excited because of how he's going to run around and make some plays doing that stuff.
So Salk likes to spit numbers back at me. He's a numbers guy, and he gives me the completion percentage of Jalen Milroe. And why do you say he's inaccurate? Why do you say he can't throw? He's got a higher
That's
completion
not quite what I'm saying. It shocks me, given the reputation of being such an inaccurate passer, that he's almost he's a 64.3% passer through college. And when you look at the numbers of guys that he's comped to, that's higher than Russell Wilson, higher than Josh Allen, higher than Taysom Hill, higher than Patrick Mahomes, not that he's being comped to him, higher than Lamar Jackson, higher than Jake Locker. Like, it's a pretty remarkable figure. So I'm sorry, just to set the stage there, Brock.
No, that's totally fair. So, I guess why is that percentage so high? Because the Senior Bowl, I've never seen a QB spray it more, ever.
It was bad.
The combine was like every other throw was like, well, that one's 5 feet over his head. Oh, that one's a one hop. Oh, that one's right on the money. Like, he is a spray passer. So what is it? Is it the processing? Is it where's the glitch in the whole kind of passing thing? Because the numbers would tell you, as Salk said, it's really not that bad.
Well, I would tell you that similar to Lamar was much more comfortable in the middle of the field. Like, everything in breaking, he was much more comfortable. And Milroe is that way. The seam ball is the best throw that he makes. You can find some cut-ups of him just throwing seam balls. It looks great. Outside the numbers, the ball takes off. It's all over the place. You'll see issues with him locking out. You'll see issues with him where his eyes and feet aren't connected to each other. And that's why you get some bad misses. Now, I remember, and again, I'm not comparing him to Lamar at all. Lamar was further along in the process, but I remember having this conversation on Lamar because the numbers and the eyes did not marry. And one of the things that I said was, it's not like every incompletion is the same. Like the incompletions, like he might just have 3 incompletions, but they were so bad that it leaves an impression in your mind that there's just no way this guy can't do it. Like these are there's outlier how bad some of these.
That's how I feel about Kyler Murray. Like that's what I see when I watch Kyler Murray. The numbers show that he's reasonably accurate. Moore was pointing that out the other day. And then I watch him like he missed that guy by 12 yards. Like it's not even close.
Yeah, but the other side is like you also have to remind yourself, well, it is just one incompletion. You know what I mean? Like there is something in his favor to that, gosh, even though it's a bad miss, like somebody that strikes out on a ball that's, 3 feet outside, like it's still just one strikeout. So he's not polished by any sense. To me, the biggest issue is just getting his eyes and feet to marry up and connect. That's the biggest problem. But there are some throws that he's comfortable with and that he makes. The last thing I would say is that completion percentage in college is just not a useful number. Like it hasn't been in a long time. It's just there's so many ways to manufacture that. So I would never if you hear accuracy and completion percentage connected, I would divorce those two real quick.
Can you fake some of those things in the pros? If he's not the most accurate passer, can you devise an offense that takes advantage, obviously, of his legs first and foremost, and I don't want to say minimizes the risk the risk of the throws, but as you just said, kind of gets the most out of what he can do to make him an effective quarterback or potentially eventually an actual franchise quarterback?
I mean, I think in some ways you're running some college stuff, and I would be heavy RPOs. Like that's, again, Lamar, where he's most comfortable coming into the league with just RPOs, whipping slants. Like he could throw those all day long, get comfortable with that. And then on top of that, you're going to move him around. Now, there is interesting discrepancy. A lot of his big runs came on scrambles versus design quarterback runs. Like he's not quite as good on design quarterback runs as you would think for a guy who's that fast and that athletic. Most of his stuff came off of, just scrambles on pass plays. So I think they tried to incorporate more of that this last year at Washington, or from, that Washington offense going to Alabama. And I think that staff maybe was a little surprised that he wasn't even better at that most of his runs were kind of organic runs.
So we hammer through Thursday and Friday, and now we get to Saturday. And this is, John Schneider will tell Bob and Dave in the afternoon, like this is where the money is made. And through the years, the Rick Woolens, the Shermans, the Cam, we all know the names, right? And the 4 through 7. So it was Riley Mills, it was Torrey Horton, it was Robbie Oots, it was Bryce Cabledew, it was Damian Martinez, Mason Richmond, Ricky White. 3 quick questions. Yeah. Out of that group of 7 guys, which one was your favorite pick?
My favorite pick, there's 2 of them, but I need Riley Mills to just come back and be healthy. If he can come back and be healthy, he would have been in my top 50 players. When I watched him on tape and he was healthy at Notre Dame, I thought he was a top 50 pick. I loved him. And then you find out all the, like you talk to the people at Notre Dame and like the wiring stuff. I mean, the guy driving to go see the team in Atlanta, because he couldn't fly with the surgery. Like all that stuff's really, really good. So he reminded me, and it was funny because I talked to all my buddies and we all worked together with the Ravens, and now everybody's scattered throughout the league in different roles. We all liked Riley Mills. Like that was kind of all our guy because he kind of felt like a guy we'd been around with the Ravens. Okay, so that would be one, and then. Torrey Horton would be my other one. Torrey Horton is someone who I would have had a much higher grade on. He just fell because of some medical stuff.
Yeah, I want to get to him.
Is it just that? Is it just medical?
He should never have been there talent-wise at that point in time.
Yeah, I got to get to him at the end of this thing. 2 last ones. Most likely of those 7 to play a contributing or winning role, winning factor here in 2025.
Well, I mean, I think Robbie Oots is going to get a chance to be kind of that fullback, kind of that hybrid player. I think he can carve out a role for him. Okay. So that would be my pick.
Okay, and then lastly, like a penny stock. If you could buy stock and you get a percentage of their career earnings of these 7, which one you buying?
Horton.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, help me understand that one, because I see the Illinois kid go in the 3rd round of Denver. I've watched Horton a couple times. Colorado State, they get like 14 catches against CU a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. Best player on the field. Sorry, Travis Hunter. That day, that dude was unstoppable. I've talked to people. They love him. He's a great kid. Runs 4.3. Like, how is he sitting there as the 166th pick in this draft?
Yeah, he was my 73rd player. So to me, it was all just off of the injuries and going through that process. The 23 tape makes him a top 50 pick every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So, I mean, it's really just that simple. But the guy can do everything. He can play inside, he can play outside. He's smooth, fluid. He can separate. You can see he ran 4.41. He's got just kind of beautiful flowing change of direction. He can go up and get it. He's got a big catch radius. So, I mean, honestly, like the way my notes read better than 73, and that would have been a bargain if they got him there. I mean, so yeah, it's really just that simple. That's just the medical staff coming into the draft room and saying you can't take this player at this point in time.
So we've been incredibly complimentary of the draft that the Seahawks had. I think for good reason. Brock gave it an A. I think I gave it an A-. There's a ton to love. We're looking forward to this. Two questions on the other side of it, just to, for some realism's sake. One, did they get enough offensive line, especially early in the draft? They obviously took Zabel in the first, but then the other two offensive linemen they take are much later in the draft, 5th and 7th round. Did they do enough to improve their offensive line?
I mean, if you're going to nitpick, I would have loved to have had one more, in that at least middle tier. They went shopping in the nice store than the bargain store. Like they could have maybe got something at Marshall's.
What would you have? What Marshall's? Well, I think that's the bargain store. I don't know what to tell you. Like second round? Could you have?
You're such a snob, man. You're such a snob.
I mean, I grew up shopping at Marshall's and Bradley's and Zayre's and everything else. Like I'm pretty familiar with the Marshall's brand. Could you have gone Tate Ratledge instead of Arroyo in the second round?
Yeah, I could have made that case. Yeah. To me, I think, let me see. I had them. You want to know where the numbers were, where they were graded? Because I think I had them very similarly graded. And if it was close, I would have taken the lineman. So Ratledge, gosh, what was he, like 60?
I think he went 52. He went in the 50s. I know that. He went after Arroyo, but not too long.
Not by much. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I made the mistake of highlighting all this stuff in blue font, and you don't realize how hard it is to read blue. But it was Ratledge versus Arroyo. We talked about Arroyo, so I'll pull up by offensive lineman. That's easier. It's in yellow. Don't ever highlight stuff in blue.
Never. We're done.
Ratledge was 62 for me, and Arroyo, I think, was early 50s. He was 51. So I had a little bit
better.
I had Arroyo just a little bit over him, but close enough where I think I could have leaned in the direction of just fortifying the interior.
Second question would be, did they do enough? Mike McDonald wants a defensive-minded football team. I've been saying a lot for the last however many weeks, months, hey, if you want to get elite on defense. Did they do enough to make their defense great? They only picked two defensive players.
Yeah, I mean, I think they came into this draft in pretty good shape there. So you take an upside flyer. I don't think Riley Mills will be ready for the start of the year. So that's kind of a more really for a year two. And you got a difference maker. Eamon Wari can be a difference maker and a playmaker. So I thought their defense was in pretty good shape coming into this process. So they decided to go on the other side of the ball. And look, when you make a bold move, which they did at quarterback, when Geno's out, Sam's in, stands to reason they're going to invest a little bit more to make that decision right.
That's a good point. These 20-plus minutes have done nothing but fortify my overall thought, DJ. When the hay was in the barn Saturday and they were done, I thought, my goodness, this feels as Baltimore Ravens-esque a draft as I can ever remember. And then I'm like, you know what? Mike McDonald was there for 10 years, is a tremendously bright guy, and John Schneider loves him and has leaned into him. Is this not Baltimore Ravens West?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's so funny to me when you talk, and I've got, these guys, some of them are in GM chairs, others are personnel directors, others are coaches in other places when we were all together in Baltimore in the early 2000s, and we all talk, and we all like the same players. So it's in your DNA. Like when you get in that building and you learn what they appreciate and what they value, and then those people spread out around the league and they take those values with them. So I don't think it should be a surprise at all that you felt that way, because I think that's what they believe to their core, and that's what they went out and did.
Was there any overall message you got as you look through the 11 players and look for any common themes or threads or what it might say about Mike McDonald or John Schneider or the organization or where they're going? Does anything stand out as an overall message you get?
Yeah, I thought it was just going through that class, there's achievers in there. Like there's not as much wishing and hoping. There's a lot of guys. Now there's a couple flyers, but for the most part, these are all accomplished, productive football players. And to dumb it all down, like get guys who've played good football. You know what I mean? Like, let's just go get guys where there's no guesswork. We know exactly who they are and what they are. They have a history. They have a track record. They have a back of the football card that represents they've actually done something.
That's Daniel Jeremiah, and we'll do it again with him next week. Awesome to have him so soon after the draft. Just great to hear all of his analysis on what seemed to be a pretty good haul for the Seattle Seahawks. All right, it's now been really 11 weeks, not just 4 or 5, but 11. So how important, how meaningful, how relevant, how predictive are these first few weeks of April here now for the Mariners? We'll discuss next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but yeah, I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like I kind of had like the NFL, it's personal list, so like it's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory, well, it goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call First Mark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it too. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the final buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. It's the Brock and Salk Show here, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Mariners are they're just on fire. Brock's got his Mariner hat on today, a little upside-down tridents.
Yeah, hope it didn't mess him up. You know, that trident, there's great fear. Of the trident messing them up. I don't know how you mess these guys up, Salk. I don't know how you do it when you're getting contributions from, just everybody, right? And when it's gone good, I was thinking about this yesterday when the show ended. My mind doesn't turn off just when our show ends. And I was thinking about during these runs that this team has been on, and they've been on them, right? The last 3-4 years, they have had a run, even, kind of similar to this one.
Yeah.
What are they, 14-4 in the last 18 games? And I think if you went back and played the tape in 21, 22, 23, 24, when they've gone on a month-long bender like this, it is the exact same verbiage. It's everyone. You're getting contributions. It's not just, Julio Rodriguez, not just Cal Raleigh, not just Jorge Polanco, not just Anthony Munoz, right? You're getting Rivas, you're getting JP, you're getting just contributions from
You're not just getting Rivas and JP. It might be, other than the outlier of Polanco, it's essentially being led by Rivas and JP. They've been unbelievable.
Yep. Has Rivas ever not been good?
No. Every time he's been up with the big team, he's been really good.
Yes.
Yeah, why didn't he start the year with the big league club?
I don't know. Idea. If I'm Rivas' agent or family, I'm like, what does this guy got to do?
Yeah.
I know he doesn't look like much. I know he's 160 pounds, but who cares,
Short
man?
arms.
Golly, does he put the ball in play? Does he understand situational hitting? Is every at-bat a work for that pitcher on the other side? And, man, this is now 1 month in the barn, right? April is done. Can we start fast? Again, go back and play our tape. Go back and play Bob and Graz and Peoria. Go back and play Bump and Stacy. And all three of us said the same thing because it was echoed out of that facility. We got to start fast. And it's funny because
they didn't start fast, and yet April has turned out they've been so good after the slow start that it's completely blown that away. Yeah, it's pretty impressive what they've done here, especially over these last 22 games. Obviously, they've just been completely on fire. And, I saw Buster Olney tweeting this morning, since August of last year, the Mariners have played 82 games, basically half a season. Their AL rankings in major offensive categories: second in runs, second in home runs, second in stolen bases, second in walk percentage, second in WRC+. That's pretty impressive. And generally, I got a text saying, hey, you can't go back to last year. You're right. That's fair. But, I mean, if you want to just look at the first 5 weeks of this year, they're pretty close. And again, that's early. That doesn't predict what they're going to do over the next 82 games. It's a snapshot of what they've done basically since acquiring Randy Arozarena and starting to change some of what their offense looks like. But this game is just impossible to predict. I was just looking at this morning also, and I had sent you guys some stats yesterday. The combination of young hitters in Baltimore that a year or so ago looked like was about to take over the American League and have one of the best lineups in baseball. This year, Adley Rutschman, Jordan Westberg, Ryan Mountcastle, Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holliday, Heston Kjerstad, slashing a combined 213, 277, 357 for a 634 OPS. If you included Ryan Mountcastle in that, who was part of that group, right, or if you included Santander rather in that group, it would actually lower. It would actually lower that number. The only guy of that kind of Baltimore thing, that offense they put together that's hitting, is Austin Hayes, who's in Cincinnati, was hurt and has got an OPS over 1,100. I mean, like, how do you possibly predict what's going to happen next in this game? If I showed you blind numbers on Jorge Polanco and Gunnar Henderson right now, you'd be like, oh, yeah, this one is obviously Gunnar Henderson. This one's obviously Jorge Polanco. And you'd be dead wrong because it would be the exact opposite. Henderson hasn't done jack squat after being, nearly an MVP last year. And Jorge's been the best hitter in baseball other than Aaron Judge.
Can I tip my trident cap to our buddy Matt Lovelace on the other side of the mountains over there? Does such a great job covering sports. How about just last April to this April? Right now that we have a definitive month and we can kind of close the book on the month of April, and April showers are bringing May flowers, and we push into May, and the Mariners beginning a 3-game set down in Arlington tonight. Last year, April 2024, the Mariners were 17-13. This year, they're 18-12. We know that. Right? They pitched unbelievably well.
Yep.
Offensively, Salk, this is pretty staggering. I mean, this is almost Baltimore Orioles-esque staggering when you look at the offense last April to the offense this April. Average last year, 28th in the league at 217. This year, 241, 18th. WRC plus, 93, 7 points below average. That's 20th. This year, second.
Yeah.
Second in baseball at 145, 45% better than the league. Strikeouts, we know. We talked about it for the last couple of years. They were dead last in the league. This year, they're 7th from the bottom. So, a work in progress. That's still something they're not great. You still have some swing and miss guys, but you live with that.
Being in the 20s in strikeouts, again, really not a problem to me.
Not a problem. You just can't be dead last.
No, but especially when you're walking and hitting home runs the way they are, which they're doing.
Home runs, 15th. This year, 3rd.
Yep.
Right, and we played a lot of games at T-Mobile. It wasn't as if, right, the lean this April has been actually more games in your home ballpark. Runs, 109. You were 27th. This year, you're 8th at 152. You scored 43 more
So
runs.
the numbers are staggering. What does it mean? What does it mean? That's obviously the question. One answer is nothing. It's one good month. Right? That's an acceptable answer, obviously, for
combined with August and September.
Yeah.
Right? But of last year.
But if you want to say this is the team, this is nothing. It's just 1 month. And as you said, we've seen a month like this in each of the last 3 or 4 seasons. It doesn't mean anything. It's going to go away. That's possible. Another possibility is that there are getting so many contributions from so many guys on the team that it does start to create that unselfishness that is so hard to achieve in baseball. And when I say unselfishness, what it really means is trust in your teammate that you don't have to hit a 5-run home run because they're going to come up with a hit and the next guy's going to come up with a hit or the next guy's going to come up with a hit, and you don't need to overextend what you're doing, which tends to be when baseball players, hitters especially, get themselves in trouble. They're trying to do too much. And so is a fast start necessary? No, it's not. You don't need to win games in April in order to play in October and have a lot of success. And we've seen a ton of examples of that over the years. But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to hit early. It's not a bad thing to bank those wins. And it's not a bad thing to, especially offensively, start to learn to trust your brothers up and down that lineup.
I love this saying, and I think it's true. You cannot win a division in April, but you can absolutely lose it in April.
I don't think that's true.
I think you can lose a division.
I don't think that.
Yeah, I think the Astros, weren't the Astros like, awful last year or the year before.
The Phillies a couple of years before that. The Nationals the year
it's
they
good
went
for a golf tournament, Lyle. You could say that.
The Nationals were a wild card team that year, but
yeah.
All right, fine, but they won a World Series. Sorry they didn't win the division. I guess they weren't all that good. I mean, like, I don't know, buddy. Like, I don't think you can. I think April is April, and then you have to do it in May and then in June. And we know that there's still 5 months left in this baseball season, but what they've done right now is great. And I do like that they've had sort of you could kind of go through every player in the lineup and come up with a game that they sincerely and significantly impacted to the positive.
I'm going to say last two things on this one. They're actually off tonight. I messed that up. They begin this set. It's kind of weird. These little off days have certainly been beneficial for guys trying to get healthy. But I think one other thing that comes to my mind, Salk, is I was a part of the Seahawks in the late 90s, early 2000s when 10 a.m. West Coast games were death. You cannot win 10 a.m. West Coast games. The L.A. Rams, when they were humming in the 80s, can't win. The Niners, when they were humming in the 80s and 90s, still really hard, right, to go to the East Coast, play at 10 a.m. It was just this bugaboo.
Mm-hmm.
And then Pete Carroll was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. We get enough talent. We believe we're going to turn this. Like, no, it's not. And they kind of flipped that whole thing on its head. I hope this April flips that. Man, we can't hit at home. Can't hit in April. Can't score in April. Can't score 9 runs, 6 runs, 8 runs in our own ballpark in the month of April. It's too cold. Marine layer's too heavy. Gravity's against us. I hope even if it's psychological, Salk, that at least they can say, wait, hold on just a second. We're one of the best offenses in all of baseball, not just last September when it was warm, in this month of April at home as well. Psychologically, I think this month helps as well.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
All right, we're getting close to the weekend. You guys know what you are doing yet? Why don't you go to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel? Breathtaking views, world-class dining, and great restaurants. And then, yes, the entertainment. You can elevate your little getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. And this summer, the Outdoor Concert Series is back. Awesome artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, POD, all this summer with the beautiful views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com and get your tickets. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Big Nation Station reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare, and let's bring our sons and daughters home safely. A message from the entire team at Big Nation Station. We've got a complete stock of beverages, snacks, hot food, and more, and wish the class of 2025 a safe and successful future.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, regardless, Brock, the Mariners have just been unstoppable. Just completely doesn't matter what you throw in their way. They find a way to win. This time they're tied at 3 heading into the 7th inning. No big deal. Just drop a 6th spot in the 7th inning with 6 straight hits, 7 hits in the inning. Julio with one of the big ones.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, cracked to center field. Back is Paris. It's over his head. It is off the wall. JP around third base. He's being waved. The throw home is not in time. JP slides. He's safe. Julio into second. An RBI double. And the Mariners lead by 3.
Yeah, it kept going from there. JP was, I think, looking for some oxygen on the bench after that one around from
that
first
slide
base.
was dangerous, by the way.
You know how much of that game I watched yesterday, Brock?
Huh.
I watched 1/2 of an inning.
That inning?
I slept. I was fast asleep. I'm so tired yesterday. I slept all during the first 6.5 innings.
Yep.
I woke up as Leo Rivas was reaching base on an error. And then after that, well,
they didn't call that an error.
They can call whatever they want. That's an error. And then I had to go drive the kids around. As soon as that half inning ended, I said, well, now I got to go. I watched half an inning of baseball. Was all I needed to see.
That's all you needed, right
That's
there.
all I needed.
You know, one of the cool images from that, I actually watched every pitch, so beginning to end of that sucker.
You're
yesterday.
dedicated.
I am. I mean, I love this team.
Appreciate that. About you?
One of the cool images, and this is just my geeky, dorky, weirdo, middle child stuff, is after about halfway through that inning, after little Leo gets on, Samad Taylor, right? Left-hander in there, falling off. Just absolutely perfectly places a bunt. Gets himself, and then a wild pitch. They're on second and third. JP, a great piece of hitting on an off-speed, just slaps it the other way. They come around. A cool shot of Edgar hugging Samad Taylor. Right? He's up because, yet again, another injury. Next man up, next man up, next man up, next man up. And it was a cool little just kind of joyous embrace in that dugout. Like, man, that's it. That's how we're playing ball. We're doing these little things. And it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter if you spent the month in Tacoma. You called up, do the little things right, they move the runners along, and then obviously
they've done a lot of that
below
stuff.
The game, open that in.
Yeah, Randy with a home run yesterday, multi-hit days for him, and J.P. Crawford and Solano, and 3 hits for Rivas. Yeah, I guess they did rule that one a hit. Emerson Hancock kind of buried in that, but another quality start. Gives up 3 runs, goes 6 innings. That's
all you ask.
Kind of what you're looking for him to do. Gave his team a shot to win, and they did. They'll be off today, then 3 in Texas this weekend. Of course, they've won 7 straight series. They're 18-12 in first place, 2 games clear of the Astros, 2.5 ahead of Texas, who lost to the A's.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Again, in terms of projecting the future, it gets hard because while the wins are stacking up, so are the injuries, right? We got some good news, some bad news yesterday. Luke Raley going to be out for a while. That's an oblique injury. He's going to miss at least 6 weeks, and we'll wait and see what happens after that. Obliques are just brutal for baseball
players.
players.
For him too, man.
Just brutal.
This was a big year.
Yep.
This was like a K9, Reek Woolen. Like, this is a big year. Just at his age and his stage and bumping around and, nice year in Tampa, super solid, especially the second half of last year. And it's like, okay, man, here's your time. Be a legitimate, everyday big leaguer. And boom, that oblique happens, and now going to be really hard to get back into rhythm, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one, man. Those obliques just they linger, they're tough. Hopefully it doesn't go that way for him. He was not having a great year to start, which is kind of interesting. He's sort of one of the only guys who was really good last year who's kind of taken a step back this season. George Kirby did look good, though. He's going to start a rehab stint maybe as soon as this weekend. Got to get to 75, 80 pitches, though, so that's going to take probably a few more weeks. Matt Brash, probably a lot closer. I'm wondering if he could even be back at some point here on this road trip. It's 6 games through Texas and Sacramento, so maybe you see Brash in Sacramento. I don't know. Dylan Moore still on track to be activated as soon as the 10-day stint is up. And did you realize Gregory Santos had knee surgery? I missed that.
I did.
I didn't realize that had happened.
I heard that at the park over the weekend.
He's going to miss 2 months. Like that's a lot. He's out.
That idea is tough.
He has not worked out. That has been a tough one for them. I'd really like to. I'd be looking forward to the return of Matt Brash, probably even more than George Kirby. I just miss watching Matt Brash. It's just been so long. He's fun.
He is fun.
Real fun.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All kinds of compliments for the Seahawks. We're going to talk to Brian Baldinger coming up here in just a couple minutes, but man, everybody seems to really like this draft. We talked about them sort of averaging out to third in the grades. A lot of value picks. Matt Miller, 4 of his top 100 value picks. Eamon Worry at 11, leading the pack. Field Yates did it by round, like a best value in every round. Gave the Seahawks 3 of the 7. Zabel in the first, Cabledew in the 6th, Martinez in the 7th. That's pretty good.
Really, really cool. Yeah, and as DJ kind of characterized it, and we'll play some of those cuts at 9:30. I want to react to 3 or 4 things I thought he said yesterday, which was awesome.
About 6 or 7 in there.
Okay, and about 6 or 7 of those things that were just awesome yesterday is, you get the USDA prime right there at the top, man. You take it. You don't mess around. You maybe tried to trade down, but just the way the draft fell, you said it the day after, Salk, is it's right there for you, man. That entree is right there. It's still in stock. Go order that thing. And then in the later rounds, take a ton of production. In the middle, take a little bit of risk on some high upside athleticism.
Yeah, you got to like the way they did all of that. I did have fun yesterday. I went over to Climate Pledge and saw the announcement of the new PWHL team, Pro Women's Hockey League. There were a ton of people there. Man, it was packed. Absolutely packed with, between all of the Kraken folks, and Skylar Diggins was there from the Storm. She was excited.
This city takes great pride, incredible pride, in its women's sports teams. We show up for one another, we support each other, and we help build this community together.
It does sound, so they're going to be the first pair of women's sports teams to share a building like this, and they're calling Seattle the women's sports capital of the U.S.
That's what I'm talking about. Soccer as
Storm,
well.
rain. Now the PWHL team.
Let's roll. You know what I'm saying? Let's roll.
Dude, it's pretty fun over there.
That is cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. All right, that's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
So, not everything. And in fact, in Blue 88, tough one yesterday for you.
For me?
Tough one to see. Yeah, I mean, tough one for you to see kind of one of your favorites. Somebody whose stock you've already bought. Yeah.
What's happening? What is happening to him?
Yeah, we'll get it in Blue 88.
That is a weird story, man.
It's a tough look.
That is a weird.
And I'm not even talking about Bill Belichick. No, this is a tough.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Who are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out on that. I'm 100% out.
Salk is totally in, and now he's totally out.
I don't know what I'm going to do. Kyle's going to have to come with me too. I will talk to Kyle about this, but Brock, obviously you agree, right?
Yes.
I mean, it shows poor decision making, and if that's the problem, poor judgment.
Poor judgment.
I don't know what we're going to do about that. That's coming up in 20 minutes after Brian Baldinger next.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
And your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I was still on the draft high, Brock, of all the kind of cool moves the Seahawks made, 11 picks and all, we've talked all about it, great draft grades. And then I was looking at a mock draft for 2026, which is probably a mistake, obviously. Yeah. And I'm not going to get too deep into, a person having the Seahawks with another offensive lineman out of Utah for next year. Maybe you know the name.
Logan Fano. Yeah.
Spencer Fano.
Spencer
Fano.
His brother Logan's at the end. Yeah.
Okay, which is cool. But they had them picking 12th?
Correct.
Like the Seahawks are going to get 6 spots worse after what they just did in the offseason? I don't know. It feels hard for me to imagine. Brian Baldinger, NFL Network, kind enough to take a few minutes with us. That kind of struck me as odd, Brian. Do you think the Seahawks have gotten 6 positions worse in the NFL during the course of this offseason?
You know what I find odd? I find that there's mock drafts for 2026 out there. That's what I find odd.
Obviously.
We haven't even gone to minicamp yet, and we're already.
It's an insatiable appetite.
I don't feel like the Seahawks are going backwards. I feel like this division, like a lot of divisions, is going to be wildly competitive. They asked me the other day, has Seattle closed the gap on the Rams? I'm like, well, they both finished 10-7. I know what the Rams did in the playoffs, but we'll see. You've got a new quarterback, new system, new coordinator. There's a lot of changes in place, but the talent is certainly there to win 10 games for sure. And so that's where it kind of starts if you're thinking about the playoffs right now.
Baldy, I look at some of your stuff on Twitter, and you just float around in the ocean out there. You don't mind if sharks or other, Salk is terrified.
I like sharks.
Salk's terrified of rivers, ponds, lakes, everything.
Nope, I don't go in the water.
I don't show this stuff to Salk because I don't think we'd have you. I think he'd be too spooked.
No, quite the opposite. I just think Brian's a real man. I'm not. I think the things that live in the water, you should leave them alone and let them have their space. And I don't want them in my space. I'm just stay separate.
I don't have a spear gun in my hand. I'm just down there observing. But, I mean, any day you see a shark in the water, outside of a bull shark, I'm not crazy about them. They're not crazy about me. But lemon sharks and black tips and nurse sharks, I mean, that makes diving more fun. And so anytime I get a chance to see that, the turtles and, right now it is, it just finished lobster season down here in South Florida. So, we got hogfish season right now. I mean, they're delicious. So we got a crew going out, I think, on Sunday, a little hog fishing on Sunday afternoon. That'd be good.
It's it's probably a poor segue and a worse analogy, but isn't the draft a little bit like scuba diving? You go down there and what is my team going to get? Yeah. The Seahawks are going to get this big lineman. They're going to get this freak show safety from South Carolina. Like you don't know exactly what is going to be down there, but let's start on Gray Zabel. I know you did some study on all these offensive linemen. He's, it's a sweet spot for you, man. That's a position you played for a long time in the NFL there in the interior. What do you think this transition will be like for Gray Zabel onto the NFL?
Well, before I get to Gray, let me just say the guy I'm going diving with on Sunday is Big Cat Williams. So I just saw him throw Seattle's, star defensive tackle out there. Like he's the master. So I just want to let you know. Wow. All right, I'm only going with the best. But Gray Zabel, I don't know. I can't remember, Brock, if you went to the Senior Bowl or not.
He dominated it. He dominated the Senior Bowl, actually. He was the.
I mean, that's where I first, saw him, Brock. And what's interesting is a couple things. One, he was a right tackle in 2023, left tackle last year. So I talked to a general manager about him a couple weeks before the draft, and I said, is this Cody Mock, who came out of North Dakota State, similar size, all that stuff, and has been starting right guard in Tampa the last 2 years. And he goes, I'll be honest with you, Baldy, I think he could be Graham Barton, which was the best center in the draft last year. And he went and played a lot of center at the Senior Bowl, took a lot of snaps, took every rep he could get. And I'm not sure, maybe you know more right now, because I haven't talked to John Schneider or anybody, but, if the plan is to let him compete at center, I think he'll win that job at center. But if they want him to play guard, he'll win the job at guard. Either way, I think you got a starting offensive line. He's big. He's a lot bigger than what people think. He's 6'6" now, and he's a good knee bender. He's a very good athlete. He was never on the ground when I saw him. It was always a good sign of athletic ability, and I think he's got, real versatility to play either inside a guard or center.
He's going to play guard, it sounds like, at least to start. We talked to Steve Hutchinson yesterday, who said they're going to start him at left guard, but that doesn't mean that's where he ends up. I mean, obviously, you're right. He's got that versatility. As you start to, drift back into this draft, one of the things that jumped out, and we've talked about a lot, is a kind of a combination of good, solid picks of guys that fit needs and at good value, and then also a couple of guys with some really big upside, whether that's Nicky Manwari or whether it's Jalen Milroe. Yeah. Do you have a favorite upside pick of what the Seahawks did and what John Schneider did this year?
Well, I mean, that tape of Torrey Horton is unbelievable. I mean, they're looking for receivers right now to what they've lost, but I'd take a good look at Torrey Horton out of Colorado State. But, I mean, I was at Miami's Pro Day, and I saw Elijah Aurora run live, and he's been injured a bunch up until this year. But I thought he was the best route runner at the Senior Bowl. The tape I saw and the practice film that I saw from there and the moves that he put on, that ability to really change direction without losing speed, I mean, it looked pretty elite to me. So they lost a bunch of tight ends last year. They got to kind of restock right now with Noah Fant. So I feel like he's a guy that could step in and give him some reps right away as both. I don't know how good of a blocker he is. I don't see him doing that a lot. It looks like kind of that flex tight end that's always in motion. But I think there's a bunch of guys that are going to step in and contribute.
Baldy, I apologize. I wasn't studying the ACC football in the 80s when you were crushing skulls at Duke. So I don't go quite back that far. And I wonder how big of a transition was the ACC and playing at Duke there in the 80s to the NFL? Because I bring that back to Gray, right? And Hutch said, hey, listen, man, Mock, all these guys from North Dakota State have transitioned just fine. But I guess my question would be, is you go from Duke to the NFL, as he goes from North Dakota State to the NFL, What are some of the biggest transition areas and steps he's got to take?
Well, I mean, the one thing for North Dakota State, actually, they run a real, they're a two tight end system. They run a real pro system there. It's not like they're in, 4 wide receivers, Brock. I mean, I know you know this, but I'm just telling the audience. They're not a 4 wide receiver team like a Big 12 team that's just out there, with no tight ends and no power game. And, they run a real power game. They do a lot of stuff that we see at the NFL level. I'm with Hutch. I'm around Hutch a lot, the OL Masterminds. He does a good job of scouting these guys out. For me, look, I was lucky. Steve Spurrier came to be our offensive coordinator, so we were throwing the ball a lot more than other teams were when I was in college. I was going to say, to answer your question, it's a big jump, pass protection. You go from maybe seeing one guy in the entire conference at North Dakota State that can play at the NFL to going up against, pick a guy, those all those guys at the Rams right now, or, a guy like, that Arizona drafted in Walter Nolan. All of a sudden you're seeing big, powerful defensive tackles that are 220, 230 pounds. That's, just handling those guys, seeing Big Cat Williams in practice every day and his power and his hands and how he plays the game. I mean, that's probably the biggest jump, is just being able to handle it. I think he's going to be fine just because of his length and his core strength, but still, you haven't never really blocked anybody that you're going to see on Sundays right now in his conference.
How do you get hooked up with Leonard Williams to go diving?
Because he's the renowned spear fisherman, Salk. He's the greatest in the world right now.
Big Cat is renowned. Like, he invited me. I was in California one time. He's like, let's go to Catalina. Let's do some diving. I'm like, how long can you hold your breath? I'm thinking I'm going to rescue Big Cat, 10 seconds into this dive. He goes, I'm good for 2.5. I'm like, all right, I'm coming with you. And he's got a master with the gun. He's a master cook. Just got married, all that stuff. But we have a guy, Lejay Duzable, who played in this league for a while. We did some stuff with the Jets, and they all live in Hollywood down there just out to where I'm at. So Big Cat's got the boat. I'm going to whoever's got the boat, Brock. He's got the boat. He's got the gun. So, I'm ready to go. It's a good time of the year to get in the water.
Sounds like one of those things that would, invalidate his contract or something. Like, they allow him to go do that?
It just shows his athleticism. I have respect.
Yeah.
Defensive linemen that can run a 4.8 40, but I really have massive respect when a 300-pound defensive lineman can hold his breath for 2.5 minutes.
Is he?
They don't do that test.
Yeah.
They don't do that test at the combine. I don't get those numbers.
Maybe they should. That's a good something I never really thought about before.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, when he was taking that Aaron Rodgers pick 6 back for a touchdown, did you see him get fatigued in that run back?
I did not.
See it.
No.
That's lung capacity right there.
So all right. So enter into this season. Leonard Williams had an unbelievable year last year, by the way. He was so good, and we just really enjoyed watching him every single week. Do the Seahawks have enough, starting with the big cap, but kind of going up and down that front seven and into that defense, not to be good? I know they're good. Do they have enough, adding Nick Eamon-Warry and whatever else they did here in the offseason, adding DeMarcus Lawrence, can they be elite? Can they have an elite defense?
I feel like they can, just because I feel like it takes a half a year to really understand what Mike McDonald wants to do. It took him a half a year in Baltimore before they became the best defense in football his last year there. Same thing at Michigan. It takes a while. It's a lot of concepts, matchup zones, some of the things they do. Other teams do it. I don't know that they do it quite like Mike does. And so, they've got tremendous length right now in the secondary. They've got great speed, athleticism. I think you're going to see, and just talking to Mike at the Combine this year and Leslie Frazier, I asked him about Devin Witherspoon. And, they feel like Devin Witherspoon could be, a little bit like Kyle Hamilton with the Ravens, where they're really matching him up, putting him in certain situations, playing him in the star position. So I feel like they could there's another step to take. I think the talent level has improved. And then just understanding the concepts of what they do, I think it's going to kick in this year. And I think, they're going to start and hit the field running in September this year with a real good understanding of what they want to do and why they do it.
It's interesting, Baldy. They said that about Spoon then, and I don't know, and they didn't know they could add Nick Eamon-Warry because they said the same thing sitting at the podium on Saturday. So now
Yeah.
Man, you have a couple interchangeable parts like that with that kind of twitch and athleticism. Going to be fun to watch. I want to circle back lastly to something you said earlier. Did you say it's the opener of pig fishing season? What did you say?
Hogfish, Brock. Hogfish.
Hog?
Yeah, go Google the hogfish, man, and then find somebody in one of those seafood markets in Seattle that is selling it. They might not. It's a Atlantic fish, so they might not have it out there.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Delicious.
Yeah, hog fishing.
Oh yeah, it's delicious. It's the mess to clean. It's also grouper season too. So I mean, grouper or hogfish, you can't go wrong.
Oh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff.
I'm looking at these hogfish. They got spikes on them, dude. That's gross.
Oh yeah, they're a mess. They're a mess, but you clean them up. That meat is sweet meat now. Oh yeah.
You care about what numbers guys are wearing, Baldy? You think that matters?
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
Yeah,
and so I'm glad to hear you say that because I think it's a big deal. And I've been really excited these first couple of days here about the potential of Jalen Milroe. I'm excited about where it could go. And then yesterday the news came out. He's going to wear number 6. Does he not? Do these kids not have any sense of history of how awful that number is on a quarterback? What is going? Do I have to completely sell all my stock in Jalen Milroe?
Was Sam Howell number 6?
Yes.
Yeah. Bubby Brister was number 6. Like, you can't wear number 6. It's a bad quarterback number.
You know, if you were a teammate of Bubby, man, I mean, come on, I played a year with Bubby. Like, you wanted that guy to be your teammate.
I'm sure he did. Change his number. He might have had success in the NFL.
Well, I mean, who cares about success? When you can tell 80 stories like Bubby Brister, who cares if he can play? Just pull a chair up next to his locker and get your laugh on. That guy lived life now. That guy was.
So do you, Baldy. So do you. Thank you. Thank you, as always, for jumping on with us, man. Our audience loves it. We love you. We love all the work you do. It's fun seeing you up in Boulder at that pro day as well. I know you were busy. We didn't really get to catch up, but we love your work, man. Appreciate you, Baldy.
Okay, Brock. You got it. Anytime, buddy. Talk to you soon. See you.
All right, there you go. There's Brian Baldinger. Man, that's quite the number 6. Whew.
That's what I teased for Blue 88, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
You couldn't even wait.
I couldn't wait.
No.
I mean, I guess Mark Sanchez wore number 6. Jay Cutler wore number 6. It's a bad list. You start going through that number 6.
Yeah. Does Baker, though? Is Baker still
Baker
rocking
wears 6. Yeah.
He's the only one that can do it. But he's a half a dozen. Baker doesn't, right?
Right.
Like, he can get away with that. It's in his name.
I mean, if he was going to do that, he really should be wearing 13, right?
Could.
Since that's a Baker's dozen.
He could, but he's the only one that pulls off 6.
6 is the worst quarterback number, and nothing comes close. Nothing comes close to number 6. It's all right. I got an extra Blue 88 question, Brock, you'll like. We'll do it right now.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I'm impressed with you, buddy. I'm impressed. You've grown. You've really grown. There is a time where someone like Brian Baldinger would have mentioned going shark fishing and different types of sharks and stuff, where you would have talked about being a hammerhead shark in your widely set eyes. But I'm impressed. You didn't do that today. I'm impressed with you.
I've grown.
You've really grown. So let me give you another opportunity to talk about your eyes, or specifically about Jalen Milroe's, because I'd like you to give me a little more context on what Daniel Jeremiah said yesterday, that some of his inaccuracy issues stem from getting his eyes and feet to match up.
But the other side is, like, you also have to remind yourself, well, it is just one incompletion. You know what I mean? Like, there is something in his favor to that, gosh, even though it's a bad miss, like somebody that strikes out on a ball that's, 3 feet outside, like, it's still just one strikeout. So he's not polished by any sense. To me, the biggest issue is just getting his eyes and feet to marry up and connect. That's the biggest problem. But there are some throws that he's comfortable with and that he makes. The last thing I would say is that completion percentage in college is just not a it's just not a useful number.
He just poo-pooed my entire point on the completion percentage thing, which is fine.
Like pass him a war.
I know, yeah. Funny. But anyway, how do you get your eyes and feet to match up?
To be aligned. I'm a firm believer And I wish I could be down in Pomona with you and look into the eyes of your classmates, because I believe the eyes are the window to the soul.
Of course you do.
And I believe when it comes to quarterback play, and I don't just believe this, this is the great quarterback coaches and gurus, that the eyes are the window to your processing ability. And sometimes I've seen GoPros put on helmets, right? So you can really evaluate what are your eyes looking at. Mike Shepard, my first quarterback coach in the NFL, reminded me, especially on game days and in preseason games, even in practice and scrimmage. Now listen, when you come to the sidelines and you deal with Mike Holmgren, especially after negative things, be honest. Don't fake the funk. Don't, because he's going to see it. We'll see it on tape. We'll see where your eyes were. What were you looking at? What were you seeing? It's one of the most common questions you get as a quarterback when you come off the field. You know, what were your eyes seeing? What did you see? Did you process? Did you start with the safeties? Did you see man zone coverage? Right? These things that the great ones, that the Tom Brady's sound to Colin Cowherd, you know, in the offseason before the Super Bowl, when he's like, Colin, my greatest advantage is I could see and process and know exactly what was coming, even before some of those defenders knew what was coming. And that is where Jalen's eyes and feet are a mess. That is where that processing ability, that anticipatory ability, is just not there. And why anybody who thinks he's going to compete day one for this job and you want to see him win this job, no. Russell came in as a rookie from NC State, from Wisconsin, very well-versed, pro style. Like, no, his eyes and feet were aligned, even though he's a great athlete. Jalen Milrose, there is definitely a work in progress with that.
All right, question number 2.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Matt Miller, DJ, sounds like Brian Baldinger. Where do you guys
Torrey
all
Horton, man.
see the
Torrey
same?
Torrey Horton. Just yesterday, Joel Klatt. Yesterday, I was talking to a few other people as well. Like, it's just, dude, his tape is, you should not be a third-round pick. I mean, or a fifth-round pick. You should be a second or third-round pick. What did DJ say? If healthy and coming off of 23, he was a top 50 player in this league coming into the draft. Yeah, coming into the NFL draft. Like, he would have been a top 50. That's upper second-round pick. And then, obviously, a pretty devastating injury, an ACL, and there is an unpredictability, Salk. And I have seen it. And I remember watching a teammate of mine in Indy, great young player, had a great kind of first-year running back, tore his ACL. And there's just some guys who heal, and there's so much scar tissue. It's just, you don't know. I mean, you know the procedure, you know the rehab, you have so much reams of data of what it should be, but you don't know how guys scar and how they heal. And he was never the same. It was awful. He was never the same. And others come back even stronger. You know, the old running back, Adrian Peterson, came back stronger in like 7 months.
Yeah.
So you
Totally
really
legit,
don't know.
I think, too.
But that dude, Torrey Horton, if he bounces back to what he was in 2023, that could be the biggest steal in this draft for the Seahawks.
Text message from Harrison Spokane says Brock's eyes could be the windows to two people's souls simultaneously.
That's true. That's very true.
So funny. Question number 3. Brock, how many are in a baker's dozen?
13.
There you go.
Well, I'm just saying baker, dozen, number fits. At least cut it, a dozen and a half. I know a baker's dozen. Don't get into cooking with me. Don't you dare.
Just making sure.
That's it. Okay, I got to give you the props.
Shador the victim?
No, I'm done with Shador.
You done?
With that story.
Okay.
I heard enough yesterday that I'm just done with it. Like, I heard from the other side, like, hold on a second. It'd be easy. Shador's not the total victim. Shador also went against some of the things his dad said, especially as the stock was turning and it was going the wrong way. It was like, don't blow off the Giants. Don't do that. Don't do that. When you get in these buildings, be a pro. And did not heed even the advice of his father very late in the process. But let me just say this. If Milrose number 6 is an abomination, and we can all agree it is.
It's an abomination.
Nick Emenwari,
3,
spoke to me.
So how
do we
feel about someone wearing 3?
Even better. Do you know what Hutch wore? Steve Hutchinson, the Hall of Famer, 76. So when I saw that Gray Zabel, 76, home run.
Yeah.
Absolute home run. And Emenwari wore number 3, home run.
How do we feel about wearing number 3?
Why? Because Russ?
Yeah.
You scared?
No, I'm not scared. No, I'm not saying that. I just, it was a, it's a statement, certainly. Not that they gave it out to like some rando.
There were not a lot of single digits left.
I know.
He looked at 6 and was like, oh, hell no.
Yeah, obviously.
That.
Nobody should wear that. What position can wear 6?
Kicker?
Kicker. Punter.
Kicker.
Yeah, that's it. Other than punters or kickers, nobody should wear 6. You were admitting that you're not going to be successful at football.
Ever.
It seems like a terrible decision.
3? It spoke to him, and it looked so good on that mannequin of a body.
Yeah.
Looked great. Looked great. I got no problem with that.
Do the Seahawks have a number 1? Who's wearing number 1 for the Seahawks?
I'm sure they do.
Who is it?
Well, it was D. Eskridge.
Yeah,
Didn't
that's
they
what.
say DeMarcus Lawrence was going to wear it?
0.
I thought he was going to wear 0. If I'm Jalen Milroe, I'm taking number 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's a number that he should be wearing. He's a 1. He's a 10. He could wear 10, but 6.
Oh, it's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Is what wearing.
Yeah, veteran.
What do you think about Horton wearing Curse's 15? I kind of like it.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That makes some sense. Yeah, I'm into that.
I was totally into as a cable dude wearing 77.
Yeah, that's
Cable
right.
looked good in
The other guy's
77.
wearing 78.
Damian Martinez in 22.
Yeah, that's nice. I like everybody else kind of got it right. Everybody else got it right. I don't know. I don't know how. I'm now worried Jalen Milroe's not going to make the team, quite frankly. Like, if you're going to wear number 6, we're going to hopefully talk to him next week. Brock, I don't know how I'm going to be able to avoid talking to him about this.
What about Oots' 40?
Oh, I don't mind. I mean, like, I think there's better fullback numbers. I would say, like, a 44 is a better fullback number.
Big one, Arroyo, 18.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're kind of taking a good tight end number like 81 and flipping it.
Yep.
Like, he's supposed to be kind of a
Yeah,
fast
there's really
tight
only
end.
one. There's one only.
It's just 6. Everybody else is, like, at the very least okay.
Can't do it.
Wearing number 6
So I can't
is
win with him.
it is
Can't win with
such a travesty. My God. They got to work on this kid's judgment because clearly he's not anticipating the problems that
Laura,
will be
as
there.
you got the roster up,
if he
are there
wears
any
number
other single
6.
digits available? Or is every single digit
3
accounted
was
for?
available.
Right.
But I guess second round pick gets to trump third round pick.
Yes, he does.
Right?
Always. Twice on Sunday.
One's gone.
Is there any other single
2's
digit even
gone.
available?
3's gone. 4's gone.
Yeah, I don't think there's another
5?
single digit. 5's bad too.
5's not good. Yeah, he couldn't wear 5 anyway. But both are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, it's a rough one, but then take a double digit number because wearing 6, you might as well say I'm getting ready for the UFL.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes. Over 1,000 floor plan options. It's your best chance to save all year. Browse the exhibits, chat with the experts, free parking. Tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! NFL quarterbacks to wear number 6. Jay Cutler, Baker Mayfield, Bubby Brister, who I mentioned, Mark Wilson, Mark with a C, Mark Sanchez, Dan Orlovsky, Pat White. That's a tough list, man.
It's not good.
It's bad. But, Brock, you raised a good point. He got screwed. He was in a bad spot.
Yep.
He was in a bad spot. So the only single, because a quarterback can only wear 1 through 19.
Correct.
And the only numbers available heading into this were what? 3, 6, and 15?
15 and 16.
That was it. 3, 6, 15, and 16. Well, 3 would have been the obvious choice, but
he didn't get it.
Didn't get it. Second round pick gets priority, and that's what Eamon took. So now he's left with 6, 15, and 16. I don't know if I can blame him. All 3 are awful.
Well, 16. Go Google 16 QB
I know.
numbers.
I'm not saying good quarterbacks haven't worn it. Obviously,
good
Joe
ones.
Montana, but
pretty good ones.
But he wouldn't have looked right in 16.
No,
not for his skill set.
He's a single-digit guy,
right?
Yeah.
So I guess I understand it. Hopefully something happens and he's able to switch that up because I don't know. That's
how
just,
many people are mocking their.
I don't know.
Are you really doing this right now?
they can mock all they want.
Look at Morris' face right now.
I don't care.
It's disgusting.
We're trying to discuss.
Let's go. Move
These are
this
the
along.
important issues. Jay Buhner's going to join us coming up in a half hour at 8:30. Right now, though, you guys have left us some messages. Let's hear what you have to say.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, let's hear what people have to say. Remember, download the app, and then you can leave us these messages. Here's Steve.
What the 100 commercials in a row?
Whoa, all right, dude.
That was the first one I heard yesterday. I was like, oh, all right.
Steve. Yeah. I mean, like
a little better beep out, too.
I mean, we have to pay the bills. Like, what do you want of our life? A radio station, for God's sakes. All right, here's Matt.
For the last 3 months, I have been posting everywhere I can, talking to everyone I can about how bad I want Nick Emmanuri, or however you say his last name. When you guys said that the Seahawks traded up, I'm driving on 18 toward I-5, and I started getting very angry as longer and longer it took for you guys to announce it, or for the NFL to announce it. And they finally announced it, and I couldn't stop screaming. I screamed from Gig Harbor all the way to I-5. I'm literally going insane right now. 3 picks. We literally have the 3 players I most coveted in this draft. This is insane. Go Hawks! Can you hear my voice? Hear how it's cracking? It is 100% due to the Seahawks drafting Nick Emmanuri. That's how excited I am.
Wow.
He left 3 messages, and I felt like I needed to take you guys on that journey, so I spliced them all together.
Great sound effects.
Well, I didn't know how to
It's like a wipe.
I needed to let everyone know these were 3 separate. This was his journey through the draft.
Well done. Now, I'm glad Jared somebody is levying some accusations against Mora.
What?
I'm glad this is finally happening. Let's hear what Jared has to say.
Here's the thing. I send in plenty of Here's the Thing messages of me agreeing with Brock and Salk in their takes, but for some reason, Mora only seems to play the ones where I'm being really mean and totally trashing on them. So I don't know if Here's the Thing is really just some sort of psyop by Mora to get her shots in at Brock and Salk without actually having to say the words, but bravo, Mora. Diabolical move by you.
Mora is diabolical.
Well, why do you think, Jared, behind the scenes?
Erroneous on all accounts.
Jared, why do you think behind the scenes, Salk and I call Mora the pot stirrer? It's not just her fingers that can stir any pot out there.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. I'm a pot stirrer.
We call her just P.S.
Yes, P.S.
Seriously,
that's what we always call Mora.
I'm going to go back through,
back.
Jared, and I'm going to look for the nice messages you left.
I poured
about
some
them.
liquid IV in my water cup, and I was like, dang, I wish pot stirrer was here. She could just stir that.
Why do my fingers have to get credit?
I really like the idea that Brock and I behind Mora's back are like, oh, you talked to the pot stirrer yet today? So stupid. All right, Danny is back this week. He's defending Lyle.
Here's the thing. Lyle, I am so sorry you have to work with such old farts. Let's be honest about a few things. One, Gilligan's Island sucked. There's a whole entire episode of Gilligan's Island where he made an 18-hole golf course that spanned across the entire island. I mean, if you're going to learn how to engineer an entire golf course, you think they'd be able to make a flotation device that could hold up to more than 8 people. 2, I don't blame you at all for not liking Frasier or even knowing what Frasier is. The show was written by bougie white people who have mayonnaise sandwiches for breakfast. The show is boring, and if anyone says it's their favorite show, leave because they're an axe murderer.
No, it's my wife.
3, and Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam is the worst band to come out of the Seattle area. Name 3 famous songs that you or any of the callers could recognize. Pearl Jam is lame, and no one under the age of 40 should even know or care what that boring band's all about. 4, I bet Salk couldn't even list or watch 10 things from your era, Lyle. You think Salk follows any of the Marvel movies? I'll answer that. No, because his old mind can't remember the last thing that happened in the last movie.
I actually don't like the Marvel movies. I'm not a fan. But I've heard of them.
Kind of backing up his
But
point.
I've heard of them. Again, I don't care whether Lyle likes these things. It's having never heard of them that truly blows my mind.
Did you have a crush on Ginger?
I'm not a Gilligan's Island person.
Oh, you weren't?
Yeah. Not a big Gilligan. I'm with Dan. I think it's a dumb show. But I've heard of it. I understand who Marianne and Ginger are and the professor and all. Sure. I know about it. I'm aware of its place in the world.
It was a 3-hour tour,
Like
Lyle.
Silence of the Lambs was in the 90s, and it's a pretty big pop culture.
Right. Lyle, you need to watch Silence of the Lambs
I'm
this
looking
weekend.
forward to 9:45. That's all I'm going to say.
No, Lyle's getting his back apparently today at 9:45.
Lyle, would you be willing to watch Silence of the Lambs this weekend?
How do you feel about horror movies?
And it's not even
hate
that.
'em.
Yeah,
no,
same.
but
So
it's
you
not
don't have
that.
to watch it.
No. It's not.
I'm not going to make
movie.
anybody watch a horror movie.
It's
not right.
that.
It's more like a detective thriller.
It's a detective. It's
Really?
not that. It's a
Because people
thriller.
always tell me it's the scariest movie they've ever seen, which
It
is why
is,
I've never
but
seen
it's,
it.
But it's not chopping. Well, you got to watch it.
It's not like someone jumping out of
No.
a closet, a creature
Really?
jumping out of a closet
No.
scary.
You got to watch Silence of the Lambs. It still plays. Can you do that this weekend?
Here's Ethan.
Every time Salk gets mad at Lyle for not knowing something, he's basically saying, I wish you were Justin. Why isn't Justin here?
That's not true.
Oh, you misranked very much.
I misranked.
But that was you and
Who do you miss-
Justin
who do
being
you
like,
miss
oh, I
more?
like this song. Oh, no way, I like this song. I like this band. Oh, these
Salk-
corny
Yeah, I
jokes
love-
about
I
this
love
are
Salk, rank 'em.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Salk, rank 'em.
Rank
Who
'em.
you miss the most? Paisley,
Yeah.
Justin, Howdy.
Ooh. So you're
Don't
not
do that.
you're
Don't
not
do that.
including Bunker, Kyle, or
Don't do
Wassel?
it. No, don't do
Or
it.
Lydia?
Don't do it. Never mind. Nick, are we done? We got one more.
I do love me some Paisley. I do love me some Paisley.
You had to deal with so
I
much
miss Paisley the most.
Shawshank Redemption
Howdy's such
crap.
a pain in the you-know-what. He's last, obviously.
Seriously,
Justin is still in the building, to be fair. So
Paisley,
you don't see him.
Paisley was Andy Dufresne.
I see him all the time, so I don't miss Justin at all.
Oh.
I miss Paisley. I'll give him number one. We got one more here from Scott.
So here's the thing. Remember this offseason when the Mariners re-signed Jorge Polanco and we as fans all applauded the move and trusted the decisions of the front office? Of course you do. He's everyone's favorite Mariner. He's Jorge Polanco.
Scott's just getting a little head start on the apology tour I was talking about earlier. He's just getting a little head start.
This team plays 600 ball. There are going to be a lot of apologies.
That's for sure.
To ownership, to management, to a lot, right, Lyle?
A lot of people.
Lot of
Lyle.
Apologies. That's the business, Lyle.
Yeah.
That's a business.
Yeah,
we're in.
there will
Called
be some.
accountability,
There,
Lyle.
there will be some.
Look it up.
There will be some.
Look it up. Look it up. Starts with an A. All right, here's the thing. You can leave us more messages if you want. Just go to the Seattle Sports app, download it, and then you can leave those messages.
Buhner and Baldy
On
the
one
same
day. I know. Those guys would love each other, don't you think?
Oh, pig fishing.
I know. Hog fishing.
You think Buhner down in Texas ever gone wild hog hunting where they jump out of helicopters with only a knife?
Probably. I would assume he does that daily. I think that's just Jay's life. Like if he's hungry and needs dinner, he just gets into a helicopter, jumps out with a knife, and starts slaughtering hogs. This says, Salk, my birthday was yesterday. I got the chocolate eruption cake on your recommendation. Pretty good. Although I put my piece in the microwave for about 10 seconds, it made a difference. Did you get one in Monday? Yes. But two things. One, I'm going to stand by what I said. It tastes better if it's stale. And in order to get it truly stale, you've got to cut it first so the little bits of cake get a little hard. It's better that way. Second, Whole Foods changed the recipe, and now it doesn't have the white frosting and the dark frosting in there, and it's not as good. And I don't know who to complain to about this because it's not like they have a local baker, Brock, coming up with his baker's dozens. So if anybody has a thought on how I can get the old Whole Foods chocolate eruption
You
cake,
should probably just contact Jeff Bezos himself.
Maura, I may do that. In fact, I have an in to Andy Jassy, who sits right near my friend at Kraken Games. So the next time I'm there and Jassy's there, I'm going to take it up with him because this is ridiculous having to live this way.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pregame at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away.
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss the next Mariners homestand featuring a special Mother's Day weekend series May 9th through 11th and a marquee matchup against the Yankees May 12th through 14th. Then the fun picks up again with a 3-day Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway May 27th through 29th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
Because that heat's a real bummer.
dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and safe.
dayandnight.net. Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night. dayandnight.net.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we'll start with the Mariners, who are absolutely on fire. There is just nothing you can do right now to slow down this team. They win their 7th straight series.
All they do is win,
amazing.
No matter what.
They've won 4 straight games, Brock. They're 18-12.
They're a half game from the best record in the American League.
It's crazy. They're two games clear of the Astros right now. They're 2.5 clear of Texas. And yes, we've seen the Mariners jump out to leads before, but man, the way they're doing it with the offense doing what it's doing, you name it, they're contributing. Cal with a big hit yesterday. Julio had a big RBI double. J.P. Crawford is on fire.
1 ball, 1 strike on J.P. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on, line drive, base hit, left field. Rivas will score from third. Taylor being waved, no throw home. He will score. J.P. Crawford has given the Mariners the lead. It is 5-3 in the 7th inning. J.P. red hot.
Just go the other way, Salky. Just throw the barrel at it. That little off speed, lefty on lefty. And JP is kind of the one lefty. I think he's still really trusting those environments. He's kind of got some of that equity. Certainly a couple years ago, he was amazing against that. And yeah, that kind of started it. And then, 6 runs, big crooked number in that 7th inning.
Sure did. Like, okay, we're done here. Say goodbye, Anaheim. Go back home. Yeah, lots of heroes. Randy had a home run. Crawford, 2 hits. Rosarena, 2 hits. Solana, Brock, your guy, Donovan Solana with 2 hits. Leo Rivas with 3 hits. What did you make of the Lyle? What did you make of the Samad Taylor bunt yesterday? Now, that was not a sacrifice bunt. What did you make of that?
As the wise man said, who's coming up on this show in 10 minutes, I'd bomb it.
Wow, I don't. Why would you mind that?
I hate bunting.
But even that's not a sacrifice bunt.
He's bunting to get on.
He's bunting for a hit.
Yeah, swing away.
Well,
no.
But he's not that good a hitter.
Correct.
Well, he was hitting pretty well in AAA. He had like a 140-something WRC+.
Well, AAA and the majors are obviously very similar, but I'm not a big. I'm with you. I don't like seeing a lot of sacrifice bunting. I don't want to see them sacrifice bunt much, but he was not sacrificing. Right. He's a bunting for a hit. It was a good play in that spot.
That was a nice bunt, and I still hate bunting.
I think you're getting confused. I think you're confusing sack bunting with bunting.
No, I just don't like to see bunts being dropped in general.
It feels like maybe you're confused.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That feels like something I would say. Like, that's like Salk digging himself into a corner. Don't do that. Trust me. You don't need to. We'll give you an out.
I remember Lyle's just a couple years into it. That was Salk, like early version.
I know, but we're giving you an out. You don't need to.
It's just not a fun watch. I don't know what to tell you.
It's not really. With Samad flying down first base, that was awesome.
You didn't think that was fun?
Crawling up into the batter's box, getting that thing just textbook.
Again, I'm with you on sacrifice bunting. Man from first to second, not fun. But that wasn't that. That was a hit.
I'm not even saying it was some. Well, I just don't personally get enjoyment out of watching bunting. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like,
yeah, great.
This is kind of like sticking in my craw a little bit, Brock, because that was a good play yesterday. Yes. Anyway.
Good news on George, right?
Good news on George. Better news on Matt Brash. Sounds like Matt Brash is close. Like, I think we're going to see Matt Brash
pitched
soon.
Like on a Sunday, Tuesday.
Right.
So they're trying to get him back to back. I think that's the last little step.
Yep.
Can he go back to back in his arm and elbow, reconstructed, still feel good?
He
I think
didn't
that's
look
the
great
final
in one of
question.
those outings. But regardless, I think we're going to see Matt Brash real soon, maybe on this road trip. Luke Raley going to be a long time. That's going to be at least a month and a half, could be longer. And then, you mentioned George Kirby, probably rehab start this weekend. And then, he's got to get to 75, 80 pitches. That's probably, 3 starts? 4 starts?
Well, he threw 46 in that sim game, as
know.
Shannon was saying. That was a lot more, and he felt great. And talking to the people over there, it was really about what Tuesday was. And Tuesday was great, coming off the Monday bullpen in 46 pitches. So if he throws 46 in that setting, first outing's probably around that, I would think, and then up to 65, 70, and then, hopefully.
So it's 3 or 4
an 80.
starts. And then, so you're probably looking at another 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks before you get George Kirby back in this rotation.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We've been talking about the Seahawks throughout, and we're going to go through some Daniel Jeremiah sound at 9:30 this morning. But I'll just mention this quickly because we want to turn it over. Jay Buhner's going to join us just a couple minutes. I don't want to be late for him. It was a really cool deal over at Climate Pledge yesterday as they announced. I was thinking back about when they first announced outside that they were going to be bringing an expansion hockey team here, and the Kraken ended up, a couple of years later. This is the Women's Hockey League, PWHL, and there's going to be a Seattle team. They're going to be team number 8. They're adding 7 and 8 this year, which is Vancouver and Seattle. There's a story out, though, that they're looking to add 9 and 10 next year as well, or the year after. So they're trying to really grow this thing. And it was just a great vibe. People were excited. A bunch of Cecily's teammates were there, which was cool. Her coach, Jeremy, from this past year was there. And just seeing like the excitement level around it was a cool deal. This is Jana Hefford, Brock, who is the senior VP of the PWHL.
Seattle has long proven it knows how to support its teams with heart, with pride, with volume. We saw that on full display during the takeover tour here, as Amy mentioned. 12,600 people in this building. The crowd was on its feet, youth players wearing jerseys. The energy was undeniable. And that moment told us everything we needed to know, which is that this city is ready.
Pretty neat. Is that league helped by the NHL, like the WNBA?
No, it's
is
solely
with the NBA?
owned by the one of the Dodger owners.
Gotcha.
Yeah. No, it's solely owned by like a group. It is not connected to the NHL, but it's cool that the Kraken are, kind of really taking an interest in it, and Oakview Group is a big part of this. So, All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Tickets, by the way, already went for deposit yesterday. $50 per ticket for a deposit. So not a huge commitment, but kind of a cool deal. All right,
What are the odds, Salk? What are the odds?
what are the odds Jay Buhner picks up? I
Yeah.
got to tell you guys, honestly, true story. Of all of the bizarre interactions you have in this, there's a lot of weird things about being in this job. That probably isn't a surprise to anybody, right? It's a different kind of gig than most other people. We're in low tech. It's a weird gig. Interacting on the phone text with Jay Buhner is among the more challenging, bizarre, wild rides of anything we do. But I think Jay is going to join us next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Yeah, I was talking about the reunion, my 25th college reunion, heading down actually right after the show today. And I'm psyched. I think I'm going to look okay, right? I don't need to be the best looking person. I'm never going to be. But no one's going to be like, oh, man, Salk got fat. Why? Because of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They helped me lose the weight. They helped me get to where I needed to be heading into this reunion. So I just don't want people talking ill of me later. I don't want that to be the lasting impression. I just dropped like a quick 18 pounds here in a couple of weeks. Wasn't that hard, just to make sure I was where I wanted to be, because the plan works. It's not that hard. It's great food. It's all food you buy at the grocery store. You're not hungry. There's good recipes, and you will watch that weight just come off so quickly. I've done it. Ryan Rowland Smith's done it. He's lost over 30 pounds, and I know I've heard from others here in the building, listeners, advertisers, just a lot of folks out there who know this plan works. It's worked for them as well. Starts with a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule it now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and just see if this is right for you. I believe it is. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought, I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is The Lee Johnson Auto family.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, I said it can be a wild ride, but I do cherish it, Brock. And I would say to anybody listening, certainly anybody who grew up here as a Mariner fan, one of the cool parts of this job is getting to occasionally communicate with Jay Buhner, who is just as unique a human as you're ever going to find. And he is here with us now. Good morning, Jay. How are you?
What's up? Top of the morning, boys.
Sorry I missed you. Sorry I missed you last time. You had to go solo with Salk. I think I was working some college game or something. And how was that ride solo?
You're a busy man, but you know I love you.
I love you too. How was it with Salk solo? How did that go?
He doesn't remember.
That was pretty good. He wouldn't let me punch him in the ribs, big puss. But other than that, it was all good.
Yes,
it was all good. You know what? I'll get even eventually. I get him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sneak up on him.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be getting even. You already got me. Yeah, you already got me. Anyway, all right. Jay, enough about you and me and our combative relationship.
Exactly.
How about these Mariners, Jay? They're 18-12. How?
Small ball, baby. Doing the little things. Get them over. Get them in. Steal a bag. Even Big Cal's got 4 bags. You know, when you get guys on the base paths, you put pressure on the pitcher, and you know what? They've been getting some timely hitting. That's what's been missing. You know, those sneaky 1-run games are already starting to give Dan Wilson gray hair already. But last few have been pretty nice. That 7th inning lightning, baby. That was pretty special last night, and they're doing it from the bottom of the lineup. So it's good to see, and some of the big boys are going to have to step up because this is a mash unit, man. Good grief. Next man up, I guess, a little bit like the old days with Richie Amaral and Doug Strange and Alex Diaz back in the mid-'90s, if you know what I'm talking about.
Well, let me ask you about that. I'm a little curious about it because clearly, yes, they've had all kinds of injuries and that next guy up mentality, they've pretty much had to. But when you're on a team and you start seeing guys around you drop like that, what does it do to your mentality and the remaining guys who are there? Because it sure feels as if this team has almost like taken those as challenges and then risen to meet those challenges.
Yeah, so far so good. You're right. But, you know, I mean, that's what you work so hard for. I mean, you know the amount of people that get a chance to sign professionally in Major League Baseball, let alone get a chance to play in the big league. So when you do get your opportunity, they've always said it, hey, man, you know, take advantage of your opportunity. And a lot of these kids like Leo last night, just getting up and putting the ball in play, he knows his role. Listen to his interview. It's so refreshing for him to say, I know what my role is. My role is to put the ball in play, get on the base pass, wreak havoc to the pitcher, score some runs, carry the mail. And last night he did that exactly. So, you know, that's the great thing. I think that's the great denominator is what Danny's bringing is that communication. All these guys know what their role is. He's got an open door policy. He makes sure every single guy knows what they're going to be doing, what their role is, if they're playing, if they're not playing. I'm not saying that other managers didn't do it, but Danny, you guys know, Danny's got a very unique way. Very calm presence about him and very knowledgeable of the organization and these young kids coming up. So he knows their strengths and weaknesses, and he's taking advantage of that and trying to put that in his best way to help that team win because inevitably that's what it's all about. Mariners got to win. So they're finding a way to do it. It's pretty awesome.
Jay, I had a teammate in college, and I remember looking in my locker room at times. I'm like, that guy is never going to coach. That guy hates football. It's just never going to happen. And sure enough, here he is 25 years later. He's coaching professionally. Like, I don't know how that happened. When you were in that clubhouse with Edgar Martinez and with Danny Wilson, did you think one day in 2025, I'm going to be on a morning radio show in Seattle. Dan Wilson's the manager. Edgar Martinez is the hitting guru. Did you foresee this as a possibility?
I didn't necessarily see them maybe together, but at some point, both of them are diehards. Both of them know the game in and out. Danny loves the game. Danny's a lifer. So is Gar. Gar sleeps and eats hitting to this day. The fact that the two of them are close together and pulling for one another, that's the fondness, and that is the close knit of the teams we have. We're all extremely close still to this day, and whenever somebody needs something, one of us is not afraid to reach out and say, hey, can you help me out? And I would say when Danny made that phone call to Gar, that was definitely stepping up and helping out. But it does not surprise me that either one of those two are doing what they're doing, just because they still love it. That's all they know. That's all they talk about. And they're both great family people, and they're able to juggle that. For some of us, it's just, golly, man, I don't know if I'd have the patience to do something like that, quite frankly.
Do you know Kevin Seitzer?
Seitzer's awesome. Yeah, he's a little pain in the ass when we played against him.
He was a really good player. It's so funny. Everyone my age,
no, man. He was a great player. He was a little rat. He played dirty. When I mean dirty, he got dirty. He always got on base. He was a hit machine. He could pick it. Yeah, he was a hell of a player.
That guy replaced George Brett. Like that has to be like, right? That's what he made George Brett move from third to first. And it's funny, they are taking on, in some ways, almost more of that personality as hitters right now than even Edgar. As great as Edgar was, I don't mean that he's not a big part of this, but it almost feels a little Seitzer-ish.
Yeah, him and Mags both have stepped right in and done a hell of a job. And it's gotten back to a little bit of small ball. And it's the unwritten rules of baseball that somehow everybody wanted to go to lift and separate and uppercut, and striking out was okay. Bull crap, man. Put the ball in play and things can happen. So that's what they're all about. They're all about living hard in the middle, early in the count, hunt, always hunting fastball, hunt it. But when the count gets even and you get two strikes, let's try to stay hard in the middle and working the other way. And a lot of their BP preps and pregame stuff is going back to the old school unwritten rules of get them over, get them in, all that, trying to get that mentality. If you don't practice it, you lose it. So it's great to see, and these guys immediately in the clubhouse have picked up to them and are all on board on them, and it's showing with their approaches at the plate for sure.
Jay Buhner here with us. Did you feel like you could learn from Edgar when you were a player back
every day?
What that look like? Like, what did that really look like?
He was a silent leader. So you just watched his mannerism, watched the way he carried himself, watched the way he handled himself when he was going good or going bad, watching how hard he worked, watching what time he showed up and when he left the ballpark. Usually was the first to come and last to leave. Loved to talk baseball, loved to sit around, pull up the Diet Pepsi cooler and sit around and shoot the Chad and talk baseball. But really was basically our third hitting coach. But at that time, we only had one hitting coach, quite frankly, so he was our second hitting coach. And if you ever had a problem, you could go back to Gar, and Gar was great at seeing what was going on. And usually it was something that was small and simple, and he had a very unique way of being able to tell you just to slow it down, whether it be your hands not getting started on time or your foot not getting down in time, all those little things, which when you're struggling a little bit, and in our generation, we didn't have access to iPads and all the different things that are on the bench that are overkill. But, you had to have another set of eyes on that bench. And what better than Gar to have as your extra set of eyes to keep an eye on you and try to help you out.
Over the course of a season, Jay, when you were playing, for how much of a season would you feel hot, like locked in? For how much of a season would you feel cold, like I can't find can't hit it? And for how much would you feel in between?
Funny question. If you didn't notice, I was a career 50 hitter, baby. So when Junior was raking all year from start to finish, I always say, hey, if you think it's easy, try going up there and hitting with my swing. It didn't happen very often, but I will tell you, I could get hot for about a week or so and feel up some damage in a heartbeat. But to toot my own horn a little bit, I had a different mindset when men were in scoring position. I did a pretty darn good job of getting guys in, and that was my bread and butter. And that was a lot of studying. That was a lot of knowing the pitcher. That was a lot of going up there and basically saying, okay, I'm all in on this particular pitch or this particular location, and living and dying by the sword. Because there were a lot of times I walked back with the bat underneath my arm and people were calling me a rally killer. But, there are a bunch of times too that I was trotting around the bases or got a big base hit to drive in a couple of big runs. And that's just part of the game. That's the grind when you play 162 and 185 days or whatever. So, it's the highs and lows, but, I tell you, nowadays, hitting 250 and hitting 30 to 40 a year and driving in over 100 pays a lot of money.
Well, it's just kind of, I guess part of the reason I'm asking is, like, I'm just looking at your numbers, and I'm thinking about Jorge Polanco, a guy that last year could not hit water if he fell out of a boat. He was
hurt, though. His foundation, not to interrupt, step on your toes, but
right.
His foundation, it's all about your lower half. It's all about your knee, your rodius, man. When you don't have your legs up underneath you, it's hard as hell to hit, man. I mean, it is your balance. And when you're trying to get to that soft front side, and every time you get to that soft front side, if it's your front leg and it feels like someone's sticking a dagger in there, but you're a gamer and the team needs you and you want to play, and sometimes you shouldn't be out there when and sometimes you try to grind through it, and really and truly you're doing the team more harm than good, but that's just part of being a gamer and wanting to earn your paycheck. And then, or if it's your back leg and now you're trying to drive off of it, I mean, it's hard. Having been there and knowing what he's going through, because both my knees have had roto-rooter year after year, and that is your core. It's a bitch. And now, even though, he's a little banged up, he still was able to get in his legs. You saw what kind of shape he's in when he came into spring training. He was a man-child, man. I mean, he is ready to go, and he struck lightning in the bottle early, and now he's just continuing now that momentum, and he's just like full of knowing he's going to go up there and rake, quite frankly. I mean, he's got it. That's the thing. So I think that is the biggest thing with him, is that confidence level for him, for sure.
When you get in the booth this weekend with Goldie, do you feel like your goatee kind of offsets his hair?
Well, maybe he'll wear a pinstripe in his sport coat or something. I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. Yeah. The great thing about it is I'm the third man in the booth, which, quite frankly, I don't know about you guys. I love that. When I'm watching baseball on TV, I love hearing three-guy booth, three people up there, because they can all kind of feed off each other and everything, and definitely takes the pressure off me. Quite frankly, being the second man would be a lot. I was a little worried about that, but and then being able to go over with my boy Rizzer and start the first couple of innings on radio, like the old days, is a lot of fun. I enjoy doing that.
You got to talk to him. Rick, you talked about playing hurt, Jay, and what it's like when your team needs you and you got to go out and play hurt. I don't know if you've heard Rick the last week. This poor guy, his throat is hurt, and he is out there gritting through it every day.
Yep.
Well, he needs to wear a helmet up there, too.
Did you see that? Did you hear that audio?
Little Chuck and Doug. I saw it and I heard it. It was hilarious. He was almost spitting chiclets up there. So, yeah, I don't think he has to worry about that in Texas coming up. That booth is so far up there. Somebody get a ball up there would be quite the chore. But, yeah, he's a true professional. Rizzer, that's why I love him to death. The organization loves him to death. The fan base loves him to death. I mean, he's been there 30-plus something years, and he paints a pretty picture. That's for sure. So I'm excited to get up there with him and Aaron and Ryan Ange and get in there and kind of have fun and still be able to go down in the clubhouse and rub elbows with the boys and see Danny and Gar and the boys. And so I'm blessed. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I think everybody's looking forward to hearing your voice and getting you back in that mix as well. Last thing for me, and sometimes the beauty of baseball that I've learned doing this for 16 years and watching it is sometimes like the simplest things can be the most profound. And you said earlier, kind of talking about this team and back to your era, where everybody is pulling for one another. And I think the casual fan says, well, that's obvious. But I think those that have been around clubhouses, those that have been around team sports, those like myself who've been covering a sport and got kids that play, you realize like that doesn't always happen. Parents aren't always pulling for the other kids on the team, you know, like sadly, like in this day and age. And I would think,
right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, do you feel that? Did you feel that in the spring watching from afar? And how can a fan, I guess, kind of evaluate and see that when guys are truly pulling for one another?
Well, where you get a true sense of it is when you hear the guys like Cal, for instance. He goes and signs his long-term deal, and who all was there? You know, all his boys were there, all his battery mates, all the pitching staff was in there. And then when you hear guys talk, you know, it's always team first. Guys are always there. When you go and they're doing stuff for Fan Fest, and they did the deal down in Arizona one week when I was down there, and they all got up and gave a Q&A and everything. And to listen to the way they all pulled for one another and absolutely cared for one another and had the highest praise for one another, that's when it starts to show. You know, and they've had that all along. They're very close. They get along great. They're bringing back a lot of the old school in that clubhouse, some of the things that the fans don't know, but I get an opportunity to kind of see firsthand. And this is one of the things I have no problem telling people about is, you know, they're bringing back the fun things like kangaroo court and things that, you know, for a lot of years were kind of skipped over and missed. And guys were the first, you know, got to the ballpark quick and they got the heck out of there and were showered. And I'd come down, and guys would already be gone 15 minutes after the game. You're seeing these guys kind of hang around and shoot the cud more and talk baseball more. And so it's pretty special. You're exactly right. I mean, sometimes some of the teams with the, you know, the superstars, the egos don't match up and they don't gel. And in this case, a lot of guys are counting on one another. And they're doing their homework, and these guys are stepping up, and the confidence is building. So it's really cool to see. But they got their hands full, man. They got a big test with Texas coming up. You know how potent they can be. Yep. And knock on wood, they're struggling offensively, and so hopefully our boys can continue to do what they do and just shut them down because it's pretty special pitching staff, wouldn't you say?
Sure.
And everybody's talked about if the offense can just step up a little bit. Well, this is kind of nice to see. I mean, can it last? Sure, why not? As long as they keep doing the little things they're doing right now and playing small ball and the guys keep doing it, it's pretty special. I mean, it's really, really, I mean, those are really huge confidence wins for those guys. Mm-hmm. When they know that they are beat up and these guys are filling in and they're doing it with some of the guys, especially at the bottom of their lineup, man, how can you not build off of that and not feed off of that and get hyped about that? So me as a fan, I'm hyped. I'm super excited to see it happen. And hopefully there's nothing better than meaningful baseball come September, man.
Nothing better than that. That we know.
Absolutely.
Hey, I don't know. I'm going to take a guess. I don't know this, but I'm going to go ahead and guess because I don't know your relationship with Cal Raleigh. I'm going to guess you're a big fan. I just based on everything we've gotten to know of Cal here in the last few years and all we know of you, I'm going to guess that you are a pretty big Cal Raleigh guy.
He's on speed dial, put it that way.
Yeah.
What do you love about him? What is it? What is it about Cal that you connect with?
First off, he's a gamer. He's a catcher that catches every single game, does not want to get out of the lineup. He's a leader. He speaks with his bat. He's a switch hitter. He's a stud game caller, framer, throws people out. He walks the walk and talks the talk. I love his body language. You know, it's just he's a pretty special catcher, man. You don't see guys winning platinum, gold, driving 100 catching. I mean, there were a few back in my generation with Pudge and a few, but man, nothing like this kid. And he's not afraid to kick a guy in the butt, but he's also really good about patting a guy on the back. And he controls that pitching staff. He controls that clubhouse. Takes a lot of pressure off of Danny and the coaching staff to know that things get a little bit awry. Cal's not afraid to stick a foot in it and put a stop to it. But he's a pretty quiet kid, but he sponges everything. He sees everything. So you just know day in and day out, you pencil him in, he's going to be right in the middle of that order, and somehow, some way, just a matter of time till he does some damage. So he doesn't get too high, get too low. You can't tell when he's going good or going bad. And, that's pretty special. It's pretty hard to find. He's been doing that since day one.
All right, man.
We gotta let you go. We gotta let him go.
We gotta let your voice rest up. Well, we know how Rick's voice is, and we're trying to, we don't need you and Rick both coughing at each other.
No, we were going to ask him because last hour we had a guy named Brian Baldinger. You and Brian Baldinger.
Oh yeah, you guys would like each other.
You'd love each other. Baldy was talking about spear fishing for hogfish and grouper and all that good stuff, and I said, "Huh?
Oh boy, heck yeah!
I wonder.
Sign me up for that.
I wonder if Buhner down there in Texas, the feral hog issue. You ever gone out just with a knife and hog hunt, like they drop you out of the helicopter with dogs?
Dude, it's fun. It's fun.
You've done that. You've gone out with a knife and fought a hog.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna get into details about a lot of things because you'll have callers calling in,
right,
all that kind of stuff. But there's all sorts of fun stuff to do down here in the great state of Texas, man. And bow fishing at night for alligator gar is right up there as a high point. Night fishing for bass. Doing a little culling on some rabbits or coyotes that are coming in on the back porch too close and taking away your barn cats. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun.
This is on my mind because I'm going to my college my 25th reunion this weekend. And when I was in college, there's this girl I liked and was having dinner with her one night. And she was talking about her ex-boyfriend. She's like, "Oh, well, yeah, he did this, and he went out and he killed a pig." And I was like, "He was pig hunting?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, well, that's real tough. What, you walk up behind the pig with a gun and shoots a pig?" And she's like, "No, Mike, he was out with a knife fighting against a wild boar." And I was like, "Oh." Well,
they're known to do that in Texas and in Hawaii. Yeah, you get a
felt so bad.
Some dogs and you go, but they're also good eating. That's why they're doing it. They're doing it to eat them.
There we go.
That's right.
Jay,
we'll keep it clean. How's that?
See you, man. We appreciate it. Psyched to get a chance for everyone to hear you this weekend. Love you too, man. There goes Jay Buhner, the great Jay Buhner, the Bone, with a pretty clear message about why he thinks the Mariners are doing what they're doing. I love Jay. I didn't want to get into it. It is funny that Jay twice led the league in strikeouts after this strikeout rant. And they were two of his best seasons, elevate and separate. He had 44 and 40 home runs those years. He was pretty important. But he's right. I mean, look, obviously this team is buying into something. They are hitting a lot of home runs. They are walking a lot. I think if I'm not going to fight with Jay. What I would say is what it feels more to me like is a marriage of two different approaches. This is not just old school small ball. That is not what we're watching. I'm sorry. That's not what we're seeing. I'm not seeing an old school small ball approach where everybody's constantly getting him over, getting him in. But I think we're seeing more of that. We're seeing it at times where it's appropriate, and then it's being married with this team is second in the league in home runs, like all these things that they're doing that go with it. They are taking walks. They are being, paying attention to on-base percentage. They are finding, hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and they are thinking about barrel rates and exit velo and all that stuff. And then at times they are, essentially they're adding to that. They're augmenting that when it goes away and at the appropriate times with a lot of the things Jay was talking about.
And yesterday, a perfect example of that.
Yeah, that's right.
And Goldie was talking about on the broadcast. Like last year, this is a bunch of zeros. Tyler Anderson just throws up a bunch of zeros. It's a 1-0, 2-1. And, yesterday, Rosarena hits a solo blast. But then, Cal just puts the ball in play. And the guy makes an error. And then Cal steals second. And then a pass ball. And you just, again, that word we come back to, pressurize. You're just pressurizing, and it's not one way. It's not just the walk and home run. You're pressurizing it. You're augmenting, as you said, in different ways with that next man up. And, this will be a big series. If they can find a way to get series win number 8 in Texas, you start doing things that haven't been done here in quite a while. It's pretty neat.
Lyle, Maura, what was your level of anxiety while listening to Jay?
Oh, they were hovering that
dump button.
I may or may not have told Lyle to be ready at some point.
There were a couple times in there, it's like, I don't know.
Hover your hand over that dump button.
Yep, hover over it, Lyle.
We got an hour to go in today's show, Brock. At 9:30, we're going to play some sound from Daniel Jeremiah. At 9:45, Lyle's got something for us that we don't even know about, so hopefully we don't need the dump button for that. Coming up next, though, is it the most important move? The most important move of the Mariners offseason might have, second most important? The second most important move of the Mariners offseason might have been made right before the season began. We'll talk about it next on Brock and Salk.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your vehicle today, pay you right up front, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. So, Mark, it's been a few years since you started offering this. How's it going? And how much money have you given back to your customers that sold their cars to Wayscar Ford under this program?
It's going great, Stacy. As a matter of fact, we've given back over $750,000 to the customers that have sold their cars to us on our vehicle profit sharing program.
Wow, that's fantastic. Why do you think it's working so well?
Let's face it, it's Thunderdome out there with all the auto theft, the identity theft, and the other scams going on today. Less and less people are comfortable trying to sell their car themselves. So we offer them a way to get a lot more money for their car without having to go through all the hassle of trying to sell it themselves.
And it's only at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. WayscarFord.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of the show today, Brock. As I said, Daniel Jeremiah sound in half hour that I think everyone should hear. And then Lyle's got something for us at 9:45. I think we're about to become victims in some way.
Don't even know what it is.
No,
right?
we know nothing about it. We'll see where all of this goes. I want to pay off the tee. So maybe it wasn't the most important move the Mariners made this offseason, but probably the most underratedly important move. And I would say it's the one move they made this offseason that we have talked about the least so far through the first month. You know what it is? We made it right before the end of spring training. And as I look at things today, it dawned on me as we were talking yesterday, and I'll tell you why after I give you the details here, that this might have been... I mean, the Polanco move is so big, obviously, right now that it's sort of like casts a shadow over everything.
That happened pretty late in the game, too.
Yeah, but this was March 23rd. This was 3 or 4 days before the season started. This was at the end of spring training. And I think it might be one of the most important moves the Mariners have made.
Wow, interesting.
Got nothing?
No, well, Riley was brought in before then. That can't be Riley.
Do you know Lyle?
I think I know what it is, but I'll let you say it.
Maura, you got a thought?
No.
Mariners released Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Can you imagine if Mitch Haniger was on this roster? Can you imagine? The reason it came up for me yesterday is we were talking about something, Brock, and I started to say the word Mitch about Mitch Garver. And as I said it, I don't know, you were saying something and I stopped talking and I just kind of got like Mitch out and that was it. And I was just like, oh my God, there's only one Mitch. Mitch Haniger could be on this roster. That was the projection through spring training. Remember? And then we got down there, like, there's no way. There's no way. I said it the second day we were there. Like, yeah, I don't think Mitch Haniger is going to be here. He's not playing. He doesn't look right. We're not seeing him. Yep. Can you imagine if his body was on this roster right now? How? And I found myself thinking about a few different things.
And this isn't to rip Mitch Haniger.
It's not. I love Mitch Haniger.
That's right.
It's what he would have represented right now. I found myself thinking about it in two ways. Let's go two ways.
Wow.
One, Brock, what do you always well, I'll use that second. First, he doesn't fit. Like everything Jay just said about being aggressive and pressurizing the opponent, 25-year-old Mitch Haniger would have been a really good fit for that. Athletic, running around, getting on base, playing right field, big arm, all of the things Mitch Haniger could do at that age would have been a tremendous fit for this roster. The Mitch Haniger that unfortunately, and it's not his fault, has just been kind of broken down over the years through all of the injuries and was last year just a totally different player than we watched during his prime in Seattle. That guy was not a fit for this roster.
Right.
Not in any way. Not in a world where even, Cal and Garver and those guys are running around. Like, He just couldn't handle it. Also, they needed him to DH, and if he'd been on this team like Polanco, they need Polanco to DH right now because he can't play the field.
Yeah.
So just in a whole bunch of different ways, it would not have in any way worked to have had Mitch Haniger just from a standpoint of who do you play and when, especially once Robles got hurt, especially once Polanco needed to play DH. Like, it just doesn't work.
Yep.
2, what do you always tell me? You can't fool a locker room?
Yep.
And in this case, it's a clubhouse. You can't fool the clubhouse. If they had...
If we're going to play this style, and we're going to pressurize, and we're going to be aggressive, and we're going to get them on, and we're going to get them over, and we're gonna just kind of stylistically
I'll go
play
one more.
this.
I'll go even one more. Yes, that, for sure. 100% that. And let's go 90% that, and 10%. Not only did you not do anything really new in the offseason, but you're keeping this guy around? Like, I think that would have been a tougher sell to the players. And I know the Mariners didn't do a lot in the offseason, and I know that there were a lot of frustrated fans, and I put myself in that category. I think all 4 of us were frustrated that they didn't do more.
Yeah, just impact.
And they felt pretty steadfast that what happened at the end of last year was real, and it was going to continue. And through a month of this season, they've been right. Doesn't mean they're going to be right for the next 3, 4, 5 months, but so far they have. I think that if you keep Haniger on the roster, I think you run the risk of the players looking around and going, "Come on,
right?
What are we doing?
Right?
What are we trying to win or not? Are we trying to win or not? It's not. What was it? 14.5 million, whatever it was that they ate. That's not. They shouldn't. I'm not giving them credit for that. I'm not saying, hey, look at this team. They're trying to win. They ate 14.5 million. Teams do that all the time. But they had to do it.
But that's not nothing.
But if they hadn't done it,
right,
I think it would have been a major problem. Yeah. I think you're looking at a clubhouse that's just like, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. Right. Yeah, Dan's great. Edgar's great. Seitzer's great. Appreciate it. But are you kidding me? Like, you're going to keep this guy on the roster just because he's making $14.5 million? He doesn't fit the roster, even though he's an all-time great dude and was a great player. So that just kind of jumped out to me.
And I'll tell you this too, Salk,
because we haven't talked about it once.
No, we have not. But as you kind of walk through that, I do think of, like, this is not a great comparison, but I do remember watching Jerry Rice kind of late in his career at 42, and he couldn't run a 4.9 40, and it was almost like a disservice. Like, he still played hard, he still practiced hard, he still spat it up. His dread started halfway back his head. Like, it just, and he couldn't move like he used to move. And at times was even like hard. Like, and that's with a Hall of Famer, one of the GOAT, the greatest to ever play that position at that point, and maybe still to this day. And I do wonder, like, that just kind of hard human element. Like, this is a bummer. It's a bummer that Mitch can't do it.
It's almost sad, right?
Yes. Yeah. You feel bad. You feel like, golly,
because great people.
Yes.
In one case, literally the GOAT. In the other case, like great a guy that really had done so much for the Mariner organization.
Yes. And there's just almost that human element that just like, man, this is a bummer. Like, this is like a dessert. This is just hard. And yeah. And then you're right. You're, one of the highest paid guys on the team as well. They can't contribute. And that's hard on the player. Let alone the others in the room looking at you, then they feel bad. And then as a player, kind of like Jay was talking about Polanco last year, playing through pain, you're like, man, this really sucks. Like, I'm a shell of myself, but I'm not going to make excuses, and I can't complain. And it's, hey, man, it's what I signed up for, and I'm making a great living, and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, you just kind of eliminate all of that.
As Jay was talking about that, and he was pretty adamant that was the problem with Polanco last year. Maybe it was, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm certainly willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Do you think that was JP's problem last year? We talked about that, right? I mean, JP had an awful, awful season last year. I mean, he was terrible. And we talked before the season began, like, hey, if you're looking for reasons for optimism, just like, for Polanco, it was his knee. I'm sure if we had a longer time with Jay and asked him about the importance of his fingers and hands and wrists, he would say those are pretty damn important in hitting also. And he probably would have used even more colorful language than that, because that's what Jay Buhner does. And, JP doesn't have that problem this year. Started off slow. And then what have we seen here over the course of the last 2-3 weeks? Best shortstop in baseball offensively.
Yeah. What was it with JP last year? Was it oblique and then broken pinky? Tyler Anderson broke his pinky. I do know that.
Yeah.
That was kind of mid-season-ish.
Yep. And there was something else early. I don't remember whether it was leg or oblique or something like that. But, I mean, he had injuries, and they were the specific types of injuries that'll just kill you as a baseball player and especially as a hitter. So, does that explain some of the problems they had last year? Maybe. I mean, there were some up and some down, and they're always going to be that in baseball. There's always going to be up and down. I mean, we were just talking about the Orioles earlier, right? And went through some of the Orioles numbers. A team that a year and a half ago looked like they were poised to be one of the best offenses in baseball, right? Outside of maybe L.A. and San Diego. Like, they were going to be one of the best offenses. Philly. They were going to be right there with them.
Yeah, they were the young bats to your young arms.
They're awful. They can't hit. They can't hit to save their life right now. None of those guys. None of them on that. The only player who's hitting on the entire Orioles roster is the one old guy, Cedric Mullins, who they were almost ready to get rid of. The only reason they kept him around was veteran leadership. They were like, yeah, he can't play anymore, but okay, veteran leadership. He's their best hitter by far. So you can't predict this game. It's nearly impossible. But if knee injuries keep you from hitting for a year and then you come back and, is he going to have an 1,100 OPS? Probably not. But is he going to do what he did last year? Probably not either. And maybe the same is true with J.P. Crawford as well. So anyway, some reasons for excitement. We'll see where it goes. It's only 1 month, not necessarily predictive of the future, but some cool things afoot here for your Seattle Mariners. Coming up next, give you everything you need to know. Then back to some draft conversation, stuff you've got to hear from Daniel Jeremiah. And then finally, Lyle. Lyle's got a plan. Yeah. Or maybe it's a plot. I don't know what it is, but it's coming up at 9:45.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively, and I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I guess I don't have something here, do I? You want me to talk? I'm just looking at this. What am I talking about? Snoqualmie Casino? Oh, I can talk about Snoqualmie Casino. I think I pulled up the wrong thing. Talk about Snoqualmie. Man, you want to get out there and eat? Snoqualmie's got some phenomenal restaurants. We just drove by there the other day, and next time I go, I'm taking Cecily to Falls Buffet because the food there is awesome. You want to talk about entertainment and concerts? Well, this summer, the Outdoor Summer Concert Series is back with Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD as well. Get tickets at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 11th. Still need a gift for mom? Puyallup Chocolates will make you look thoughtful. Send mom a stunning gift box filled with premium chocolate treats. It's so beautiful, no wrapping is needed. Every box includes a handwritten card with your message. Order by May 7th to guarantee delivery in time for mom. Go to PuyallupChocolates.com and use code ESPN to get 20% off. A beautiful box, a sweet surprise, and a very happy mom. PuyallupChocolates.com. Order now. The Mariners are giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, score seats for as little as $11 on select dates all season long. Plus, check out the expanded Mariners Value menu and beers available every game. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos for less than $5 and a great selection of brews starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, here's what you need to know. I actually just ripped up the cut sheet, Maura, thinking, well, I don't need that. Salk's leading the show, and then all of a sudden, well, Salk just disappears.
I don't know where he is.
I don't know if he's plucking his eyebrows, getting ready for his class reunion. I don't know exactly what he is doing, but I do know this. The Mariners are absolutely red hot. The Mariners finish off the month of April, yes, not only in first place in the American League West. How about a half game behind the best record in all the American League? Oh, there is Salky. It's nice to see you back, buddy. You good?
Don't worry about it.
Were you plucking your eyebrows?
Yes.
Pulling your nose hairs?
Yeah. I did that yesterday, actually.
Good. Getting ready for this reunion.
No, I did you do the little buzz thing in there?
Sure. Yeah.
You're buzzing it all around.
The Roto-Rooter, like in Jay Buhner's knees?
like Jay's knees.
Yes.
I did do that. I did it yesterday.
You got a highlight to play from yesterday's game?
Which one do you want? Who do you want?
You want JP? 2 RBI single.
You don't want Cal?
No, give me JP.
All right, I'll give you JP.
1 ball, 1 strike on JP. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on, line drive, base hit, left field. Rivas will score from third. Taylor being waved, no throw home. He will score. J.P. Crawford has given the Mariners the lead. It is 5-3 in the 7th inning. J.P. red hot.
I was going to play you the Cal one because he ripped that ball right as Julio was stealing third into the open spot and then nearly killed Julio. But when you're hot, everything works, right?
Yep.
And the ball doesn't hit Julio.
Well, I think it was Ryan Roland Smith who was kind of joking, like, I guess that was hit and run?
No.
Because Julio was stealing third.
That was
it
a
wasn't.
steal.
It was a steal.
Right.
It turns into a quasi hit and run
Yes.
as the third baseman's got to go cover third. Otherwise, it's hit right at him. And, of course, the ball then just perfectly bounces and doesn't hit Julio. I don't even think he realized the ball was being hit as he's sliding into third, gets up, goes home. 6 straight hits, 6 runs, a crooked number, yet again for one of the best offenses in baseball.
They've been on fire, that's for sure. They now got a 2-game lead on Houston, 2.5 on Texas after day off today. They'll arrive in Texas this weekend for 3.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I'm sorry, Brock. I really am. I got caught up talking to Kyle about golf club rules.
Club? Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm going to this.
Private club
I'm going
rules.
to a private club with my friend's parents tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And I'm reading the rules. It doesn't, like, I know, like, proper golf shirt.
No cell phones.
I know all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No changing your shoes in the parking lot like you would at a public course. Okay, like I've heard all those things before.
Yeah.
I'd never, but the word that got me was conservative golf shirts.
Right.
What does that mean? So, like, does that mean nothing loud?
You
like,
only wear gray and blue.
no,
with
I've got a
stripes
couple
anyways.
of more. How dare you? I have a couple of.
You told us.
Well, in public, but while golfing, you can let loose. And
I
so
don't think they want the Jason Day kind of push the envelope.
They don't want that.
Right.
So I've got like a white Travis Matthews shirt that's got like
fine.
a bunch of stuff going on there.
Oh, don't wear that.
Don't
one.
wear it.
That doesn't look good on you anyway.
No, it does.
No, it's kind of blobby.
No,
Don't
it's
do
not.
it.
I know what's blobby. This one's not.
Okay.
I know what works. Don't tell me what works.
Just go Salk stripe. It's what everybody's counting on. They're all believing in you, and they want to see the Salk stripe.
I did bring just kind of a pale maroon, like
yes,
yeah, with a Salk stripe.
That's what you were known for.
All right, we'll
dude.
probably just go with that.
Big time.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We're going to play you all of these Seahawks cuts in a few minutes, so I won't go too deeply here in Need to Know, but just kind of to set the general stage from Daniel Jeremiah, like, this is a good draft.
I liked it. I thought they did a nice job of finding some needs and filling some needs while not reaching for those players. I thought where they landed them, there was value there. I thought there's a nice mix of kind of like the steady, reliable guys and then some upside plays as well. So I was a fan.
Can I give you what I believe without looking at it with my own wide-set eyes in that war room? But if I had to bet private club membership dues for a year, if I had to bet that, Salk, I would bet that Gray Zabel did not have the 18th pick grade. I think it was closer to something at 21, 22, maybe even to 25. But you know what? In that situation,
You didn't have a choice.
Your guy.
Yeah, you didn't have a choice.
Address your need
Right.
and the difference between, well, the value was 22 and we got him in. Who cares?
I know.
If he is the right player at the right time, as it certainly appears he is.
That is everything you need to know. I did get annoyed seeing that Jordan Reed deal with the Seahawks as the 12th pick in next year's draft. Not so much who they're going to be drafting.
There's a bunch of those, Salk.
And I
It's
know
the
you
same-
gotta give a number somewhere. Like you've got to come up with an order. But
Yeah.
are the Seahawks worse than they were a year ago?
I saw a 10. I saw another one. I saw a
Jeez.
couple with
Are
10,
they worse?
10, 12. Well,
Are we
Vegas
missing something?
Vegas' odds. They have the worst odds in the NFC West.
I remember
tied
that.
with Arizona.
It's funny. I don't look at it and think they've gotten worse. But I will say, I found myself wondering, Brock, and maybe we can address it next week when we have more time together. When we do like our most intriguing Seahawks, or when we start thinking about, okay, when you get out to the berm, who are the stars you're most looking forward to seeing? Not a lot of names on that list. It feels like a much more evenly spread out team, right? Like I think it might be a better team. But it is funny. It doesn't have a lot of those like, oh, yeah, that guy is an absolute star. Like you got to get out there and see him because there's nobody else like him. They don't really have a lot of that.
I mean, Spoon and Leonard Williams.
They're really good players. I'm not
Yep.
taking away from those guys. They're really good players.
Yep.
But I think a lot of teams have a Leonard Williams or a Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah, you know what this feels like with the odds and with that mock draft? It honestly feels, I was going to say this to you earlier, it feels a lot like the lazy narrative of Tedero McMillan at 18. wide receiver at 18. Lose DK, got to get a wide
Right.
receiver. Oh, you lose Geno and DK. You're not going to be
good. Right.
You're going to be 7 spots worse. 8 spots worse.
8 spots worth. 8
Really?
or 6 in this case. 8 in the one that you saw.
18 to 10?
I know.
18
Crazy.
to
This one's
12.
253 wondering, where do you change your shoes if not in the parking lot? Well, they have a locker room inside.
Yeah.
It's a private club. Like, it's super nice. It looks awesome. I'm excited to play. But I will make darn sure. They said no flip-flops anywhere.
Oh, no open-toed shoes anywhere.
Really? Like, even after you're done playing and you're leaving? Like, that's
Absolutely.
that stinks.
Do not need to see the
I
second
know,
toe
but
longer
God,
than the first. Do
is
not
there-
need to see the hair on
is
the
there
toes.
anything
Do not need
better,
to see that
though?
disgusting stuff.
Is there anything better than taking off your shoes and socks at the end of a round of golf and putting on your flip-flops? That's why I play golf. Thank God I don't belong to a private club.
Can
that
I
would
say
kill
something
me.
inappropriate before we get to DJ?
Please do.
I don't understand foot fetish. I don't. There's a lot of things I just don't. The toes, open-soled shoe, they're disgusting. It's just gross. I don't get it. Rex Ryan.
Is that
I
why
don't
we've
get
never
it
had
at
Rex
all.
on the show?
I just don't get it.
It is
Rexy.
pretty weird. It's kind of with you. Like, I don't. Can see a lot of things and a lot of interesting things people have in their minds.
Sure.
I don't get it.
I don't get it
I'm
either.
pretty much out on that one. Maybe we should have asked DJ about that yesterday. We didn't, but we've got a lot of other good questions that we asked him, and they led to some really insightful answers about the Seahawks draft. You'll hear them next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Yeah, I guess I've been talking a bunch about how I'm heading down to SoCal later today and going to go to my 25th reunion at Pomona. Really excited about that and glad that I'm not going to look awful, right? Like, I lost a little weight, wanted to just make sure I was in the right zone, and so dropped 18 pounds or so here over the course of the last few weeks, and I'm happy. I look the way I want to look, all thanks to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. This plan is great. It works. It's easy. The food all tastes good. It's real food that you buy at the grocery store. You cook it at home, so it's not pills or injections or fake food in a packet or anything like that. It's all just real food. But you eat it in the right proportion at the right times and with good recipes, and you start losing weight. I mean, you start really losing weight and fast. I did it. Ryan Rowland Smith's doing it now. He's lost 30-plus pounds, and I know we're not the only ones. Thousands here in the Northwest, including a whole bunch of other people we know in the building or listeners or advertisers. It all starts with a 15-minute phone call, which you can schedule right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Just see if it's right for you. I think it will be. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, it's Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come to work for IRG. With just over 40 locations in the beautiful Pacific Northwest, you have the opportunity to work in the city and place you want with a great team, a great atmosphere, and great mentorship.
Shannon, what type of staff are you looking to hire? Is it just clinical staff right now?
We are looking to hire not only physical therapists, but also occupational therapists, exercise techs, athletic trainers, front office coordinators. We have a whole platform of different services we provide to the community.
Over 40 clinics in the Pacific Northwest. There are openings across the whole company. Head over to irgpt.com/careers and apply today. But Shannon, will they have any fun coming to work at IRG?
Oh my gosh, Brock, that's what it's all about. We want to have fun. We're all about passion. We're all about positivity. We want people to change lives. That's what we're doing here at IRG. We're changing lives, not only of our employees, our patients, and our communities. We want you to be your best self.
So head over to irgpt.com/careers, irgpt.com/careers, and apply today.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st. Kick off a season of celebrations leading up to the grand opening of Waterfront Park with this all-abilities race. Experience Seattle's reimagined waterfront and be a part of history with this first ever 5K at Waterfront Park. Presented by Brooks Running. Seattle's new Waterfront Park is being built for you. Come and enjoy it. 5K registration and full schedule of events at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dave Wyman here with an incredibly special guest, the mayor of the city of Lacey, Andy Ryder. Andy's a proud Seattle sports listener and recently underwent successful treatment for prostate cancer. His treatment method? Swedish cyberknife. Andy, tell us about your treatment.
The entire treatment was just 5 days, less than an hour a day. I spent more time commuting to the appointment than actually being in treatment.
Any side effects during or after?
I've had very few side effects. I've been very lucky to not have some of the side effects that I was worried about with other treatments.
What would you say to anyone considering prostate cancer treatment?
I'm feeling very confident about my treatment with CyberKnife, and I absolutely recommend it for anyone who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Thank you, Andy, and congratulations. Reach out to Swedish Cyberknife directly. You don't even need a referral. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Been listening to this song so much recently. This is one of the songs Avery's singing in her band right now. So we've been listening to a lot of this. A lot of Toto. Lyle's got something for us in 15. I don't know what it is, Brock, but we're in trouble, I'm going to guess. We spent a while with Daniel Jeremiah yesterday and want to just run through some of the highlights here because honestly, it was so cool just having him a few days after the draft. I think at this point, is DJ the preeminent draft analyst?
Yes.
I think he is, right? I mean, yeah. Mel is obviously the godfather of all of that, and credit to him. Mm-hmm. McShay was sort of right there for a long time, but he's not really in the game quite the same way anymore.
Yeah, Louis Riddick is pushing. All right.
Love Louis Riddick, and love what Klatt's done, and I love our guy Matt Miller, and Jordan Reed's another new guy. Like, there's a bunch of people kind of in the space, and all of them do a nice job. But I would think at this point, DJ is number one, and let's start here with his thoughts on Nicky Manwari and why Cam Chancellor is maybe not quite the right way to look at him.
Yeah, Manwari was he was my 15th player. Yeah. So, I mean, you're getting a first-round player. You're not having to part with a future first-round pick. That's always a win for me when you can pull that off. So they get a top 15 player in this class who, I know a lot of the conversation was, okay, it's Seattle, and this is, John's trying to find Cam Chancellor 2.0. This felt a lot more to me like Hamilton, like how Hamilton can be used in Baltimore with that kind of athleticism that you can put up towards the line of scrimmage. You can do all different things with him there. I just think he's a more, and it sounds, I don't want to hate on Cam Chancellor because Cam Chancellor's a really good player, but this guy's got so much more twitch and speed and juice and burst. Like, to me, that's not a great comp.
It's interesting that he didn't go with the guy that he watches every Sunday, Derwin James.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bump yesterday does his kind of blue 88 and his 4-down stuff, and I think he had mentioned, because he mentioned it during the draft when we were there talking
And
about
I've seen that one. I saw that one just like nationally. I saw it.
Body type, movement, explosion.
He's awesome, right?
Twitch. He just has been so banged up. He just has not been able to consistently stay healthy. I think him and Warren was. And I think Derwin was in college. It's a different game, a lot of violent collisions. But I would probably lean more there. Kyle Hamilton, to me, Notre Dame guy, kind of reminds me of our 5th rounder. He can talk ball. He knows ball. He knows scheme. He can be interchangeable, but he was like a 4-6 guy. Like, he don't run and jump and move anywhere near as this. Now, he gets away with it. And that first step is often
in terms of the versatility.
Yes. And then you heard from Baldinger earlier today when he chatted with John Schneider and Mike McDonald down at the Combine. You know, they were excited to keep growing Devin Witherspoon's game in that way. So, yeah, you give these guys multiple chess pieces like that can play a bunch of different spots. Man, does it make it difficult. You know, you asked me earlier in Blue 88 about eyes and feet and keeping those things connected. Do you know what interchangeable, versatile safeties do like that? They make your eyes very difficult to be right. Right? It was Troy Polamalu. It was, you know, back in the day. Where is he? I don't know where are these guys at? Where are they lining up? Where are they playing? Right? To be able to move them around can be quite a stress on an offense.
You know, it's funny, for all of our conversation the last couple of weeks and beyond that even about the importance of the line of scrimmage, et cetera, and not, it does this did sort of take me back to a lot of the conversations we'd had in the past, Brock, about the importance of specifically the safety position. And when you go through all of those teams that won Super Bowls, how many of them had great safety play? And I see why you can't always take it early because of the way the league values it. And I think the Seahawks went a little strong in the whole trading a couple of first-round picks for a safety thing and then paying him in retrospect.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's not a undervalued position. And I tend to agree with DJ that that's kind of the way it is.
Let me take that 2 ways. I know we got a lot of sound. I'm going to say 2 things.
We got a lot more to get to.
Okay, but 2 things about that is, number 1, supply chain. You know, the supply chain pinched with offensive linemen. Supply chain with safeties all across high school and college football flooded. So lots of guys that are 6'2", 200, run really fast. So that's 1. Number 2.
But there aren't guys like this one.
Think of Ed Reed. Think of Earl Thomas. Think of Troy Polamalu. Think of the greats. What do? They still attack the line of scrimmage, even from 10 to 12 yards deep. And I think that's what this guy is capable of doing.
All right, his Jalen Milroe comments were kind of all over the place. Like, you got a bunch of, and that makes sense given sort of everything Jalen Milroe represents. He started here.
Okay, I'm going to say I think Jalen Milroe is going to get a chance to start two or three games. It's just hard. The odds are the odds are your quarterback's going to get nicked up. He's going to miss some time. It's a long season. And this is one of the things I get excited about Milroe, and I understand he's got a long ways to go in terms of his development as a passer. But he's like the perfect skill set to me for such a thing. Like, it's, hey, we got, Sam needs a couple weeks. His ribs are messed up. We got to, we can run him out there, and we can just commit to his legs and that style of play for a couple weeks. I don't think initially you couldn't run him out there for much more than that because you're going to need more from him as a passer.
So, I mean, that's saying that in the first year, if there's an injury, which wouldn't be unheard of, they would turn to Milroe over Drew Lock for an extended period.
I think that depends on if it's 2 to 3 weeks versus Luke Raley 6 to 8 weeks.
Right.
6 to 8 weeks, there's a reason you bring Drew Lock back. And it's weird, Salk. At first blush, I'm like, I don't know. I don't buy that, EJ. I think it's going to be Drew, and you're going to bring this guy along. But I will say this. If this were year three, I would probably land on that more. Year 2, where Mike McDonald, I think, still has quite a bit of time. Year 2, it might be, no, let's see what we got in Jalen.
Yeah, I would. It's funny, Brock. I would have gone the other way. If it was a game or two, I would think it would be Drew Lock. If it was going to be 6 or 8, then I would start thinking it would be Jalen Milroe. Like, hey, Drew Lock can win you a game or two. That's what he is as a backup. But if you're going to be out 6 or 8 games, well, then the season is about something a little bit different. And I want to start figuring out and giving this guy some time. So, yeah, it's funny.
That's a good debate.
I read that one a little bit differently.
Yeah, as you lay that out, I think that's a fair debate. And obviously, when that happens, what the record is, where is the team, there's a lot of other factors that play into that. But as I said earlier, really ideally, want to grow Jalen or incubate him behind two guys that know the game pretty darn well.
Yeah, that's a really good argument there as well. Of like, don't overexpose him early. That's part of the whole idea here is that he's not a finished product. So I'm sure a lot of that, will depend on how he looks in practice.
I'm sure it'll be just a little conversation over the months.
Oh, you would think. I'm sure it will be. Here is DJ on day 3 Seahawks. Who's he buying stock in?
Horton, 100%. Yeah, he was my 73rd player. So to me, it was all just off of the injuries and going through that process. The 23 tape makes him a top 50 pick every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So, I mean, it's really just that simple. But the guy can do everything. He can play inside, he can play outside. He's smooth, fluid. He can separate. You can see he ran 4.41. He's got just kind of beautiful flowing change of direction. He can go up and get it. He's got a big catch radius. So, I mean, honestly, like the way my notes read better than 73, and that would have been a bargain if they got him there. I mean, so it's really just that simple. That's just the medical staff coming into the draft room and saying you can't take this player at this point in time.
That's some high praise. I go a couple ways here. Number one, if you're Horton, you're kind of disappointed because the difference in money between third round, top 50, and fifth round is a lot. But number two, man, opportunity abounds here, right? When he looked at it, maybe even before the draft, and I'm sure he had a hint of this and talked to the Seahawks, like, man, there's a great opportunity there. And I get to learn from Cooper Kupp. Get to watch a guy that's done it for a decade and maximize it. And he, too, was a third-round pick that became one of the highest-paid receivers in the league. Like, there are a lot of positive boxes to check. And then lastly, and the best thing for this dude is scrapping with Reek Woolen and scrapping with Spoon at practice. It is going to refine him and make him, like, honestly, it'll be the best thing for him. He's going to be humbled. Be some hard days. Rick going to get his hands on him. He's going to be in his hip pocket. Spoon is going to be all over him. It's going to be contested. You're not in the Mountain West anymore. You're in big boy league, but he's got a tremendous opportunity in front of him.
Of the 3 injury guys they took, Moore made this point earlier. We were talking about it off the air. Between Horton and Arroyo and Riley.
Yep.
What's a reasonable expectation? I mean, just history says at least one of those 3 guys is just unfortunately probably not going to ever reach the potential because of the injuries.
Yeah. I would say the one that's the most concerning to me, and I was going to go a little further with Baldy, and then we got into hog fishing and spear fishing and big cat and all that stuff, is Arroyo. I mean, Horton had an ACL. Riley had an ACL. Riley was super durable before that.
Horton did say he tore his hamstring off the bone in his press conference after.
Yeah, not.
Didn't Arroyo have an ACL?
He may have as well. His scares me the most because it seems like that was year after year after year of just kind of being nicked up, right, and just kind of having again kind of a Noah Fant in the NFL kind of deal, where you just kind of can't get the body right all the time. So that would be the one I probably got the biggest watch on.
Yeah.
Versus the other ones that had fairly traumatic
The upside there, though, is just so huge. And this is the other side of that, I guess, from DJ.
He went to the Senior Bowl, guys, and if you would just popped on the Senior Bowl practice tape and watched him move around and run around, you'd be like, this guy's a first-round pick. Like, he's got height, weight, speed. He can separate. He can track the ball. He can go up and get it. Just, and then when you talk to the coaches at Miami, they say, look, even when he was healthy, we underutilized him for what he is. So, Restrepo just kind of was like, that was where the targets were flowing for Cam Ward. He's comfortable with him. But at that point in the draft, absolutely, that's a good pick, man. You just, you got to cross your fingers and toes. You can keep him healthy. But athlete-wise, you got somebody that's got a chance to be a really solid starter.
I don't know how nicked up he was, Brock. It was an ACL, and then he tweaked it at the Senior Bowl.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that. Don't go by me. Moore and I were just sort of doing a little quick research here, just trying to get a sense. Maybe that's something we can figure out a little bit more and do some more research on to make sure we get it right. But I don't know whether it's as nicked up as you thought.
I sure hope so.
Because that'd be cool, right? You hear that, you're like, oh, he dominated. Okay.
Yeah. So one thing that's going to be fun for me, honestly, in this coaching kind of venture that I'm taking, right after 19 years of doing the college thing, of actually getting in there day to day and working with the position group and growing and developing these guys. We have one guy on our team. I know this now. I've already ties thrown with him a bunch, and he just can't track the football. It's just like, man, it's like Nori Aoki in left field. Like, man, what line? Yeah, what line are you taking? Like, what are you seeing? I might have to get your eyes checked. Like, I don't get it. Like, track the football. Like on these go routes, the ball is going on the right. It's going to go this way, and on the left, it's going to go that way. And you watch the other receivers.
It's a skill.
It is, but you watch the other receivers that have almost an innate ability to do it, just like innate outfielders or innate middle linebackers that just take the first right step, to take the right angle. I'm going to be. I can't wait to learn and see. Like, okay, how much can I grow this player to help him learn to track it? Because like the Arroyos and the Hortons and those guys that can. Pretty special.
All right, last one real quick. Which day 3 pick is going to contribute right away?
Well, I mean, I think Robbie Oates going to get a chance to be kind of that fullback, kind of that hybrid player. I think he can carve out a role for him. So that would be my pick.
It's funny because a day earlier, Dane Brugler had put him out there. Sort of the one critique was drafting Robbie Oates in the 5th round. And I thought Maura made a really good point, maybe just because she was, talking about my point. But thank you, Maura. I appreciate that. Like, if you want to run the ball, commit to running the ball. And Robbie Oates getting a fullback and spending is something legitimate in order to bring him in here, a 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
That's how you commit to running the ball. That's how you show that you're serious about what you say you want to do.
And then I went back and looked after Robbie Oates was drafted. I was like, is there 2 or 3 guys here that I would have liked?
Yeah.
Was there some that I profiled? And you know what happened after he got drafted? Quarterbacks, running backs. Some scrap tack. Like there was not a lot of guys left on the board.
Get your guy that's going to help you live out what you say you want to be and live out that philosophy and that identity. So love it. Love
it felt
love
a little
it all.
early, but it felt to me like a commitment to this offensive coaching staff and their vision.
Darn right. Darn right, Maura.
That is so good, Potster.
Thanks.
So good.
Stop it.
Forgot about the Podster.
All right, Lyle.
All right, Lyle, what do you got for us? Come on.
You going to come at the king, Lyle?
Best not miss.
All right. I am coming at the king.
Best not miss.
I'm getting a little tired of being berated on this show is what I decided recently.
Really?
It happens a lot. And it usually has everything to do with what you guys call a lack of culture for me and people my age.
Okay. No, mostly you.
So it's funny you say that. I'm sitting here thinking to myself over the last couple weeks, it's like, well, what can I do about this? I can either sit around and cry about it, or I can take it into my own hands.
Okay.
So is that what you're doing when they think you're sleeping?
Yeah.
He's crying.
No, I'm meditating and visioning.
What is it your what is it? Wish casting.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
Okay.
I took this into my own hands. So this past weekend at the Mariners game, I went around to a bunch of different people in their 20s and asked them a set of 5 questions. I was thinking to myself, what have you guys been berating me about recently? I heard Gilligan's Island, Buffalo Bill, Leave It to Beaver, The Mary Tyler Moore Show, and thinking back to how you said I couldn't name a Pearl Jam song, I just went with Even Flow, which is one of their most famous ones.
Okay.
So you guys just let me know how long you can take all this without just walking out and leaving the studio. So here we go.
I'm happy to leave early.
Do you know any of these 5 things? Leave It to Beaver. Not a damn idea. Never heard of it, right? I mean, it's a show from the 50s. Why would you have heard of it? Show from the 50s? What I look like? Auntie or uncle here? What are we doing?
Have you heard of the Mary Tyler Moore Show?
Couldn't tell you.
Do you know Buffalo Bill?
All I was thinking is about Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld.
Gilligan's Island.
What's Gilligan's Island?
Even Flow.
Even Flow? Oh, wait, yeah, of course I know that, yeah.
1 for 5. All right, he gets some credit.
Why are you screaming?
Because it's loud out there.
Are you out by the guy screaming about religion and stuff?
Wait, were you in the pen?
Where do you think you find people in their 20s at the ballpark?
Wow, but they're inebriated in the
so
pen.
now you're picking people in their 20s.
No.
Now you're selecting
picking their mental state.
Lyle, do you think they're at all uncomfortable with you screaming in their face?
No.
They'll say no just to get rid of you.
It's loud out there. You can't hear it.
Hey, have you heard of Frasier?
Do you want these people to hear the question or not?
Okay.
Here we go. You're dodging the main topic. You're dodging the fact.
All right, give us another.
In their 20s.
Stop yelling.
Leave It to Beaver?
Don't have that one. Don't have that one.
Sounds like you don't have the first clue.
I don't have that one.
Have you heard of Gilligan's Island?
I have not heard that either.
Do you know the Mary Tyler Moore Show?
I have no idea who that is either.
Buffalo Bill, not the football team, but Buffalo Bill.
Don't have anything. I don't have that either.
And to close it out, have you heard of the song Even Flow?
Even Flow? Even Flow by Pearl Jam.
You hear how quickly you didn't know those first 4 things? That's what I'm talking about right there.
That dude was tanked.
No, he was, and I had a totally normal conversation with him before I did.
Blood alcohol,
maybe 4 innings earlier.
No.
0.18
It wasn't so much you not knowing Buffalo Bill, it was you never having heard of the movie Silence of the Lambs.
No, I'm sure these people wouldn't have known that either. So here we go. I mean, how long can you guys take all this? I got another
drunk 20-something.
I got a Rolodex of these dialed up.
Good.
Keep it coming.
Good. Okay, you know what? We've been on a couple people that didn't know the song, or did know the song Even Flow. That's what I picked up early. Is okay, people do know this.
Yeah.
Then I picked
here
up
in Seattle.
Well, then I picked up the fact that TJ had a bit of an inkling about this himself. So I was like, you know what? I'll ask you one question here. So here's TJ. TJ, who sings the song Even Flow?
Nirvana?
Nirvana.
gosh.
That's your final answer.
Yeah? that doesn't sound right based off your tone.
I would have said that as a perfectly fine answer had I not learned from our friends Brock and Salk that apparently it's my Pearl Jam.
That's unfortunate as someone who used to listen to Even Flow a lot as a kid.
Listened to it as a kid.
That's
and didn't know who it was
That's
by.
news
Well,
to me
weird.
that you're telling me this for the very first time.
I've never faulted you on the Pearl Jam stuff, Lyle. I don't.
That's Pearl Jam and not Nirvana. I didn't know that. You're telling me for the very first time.
Well, I mean, again, we can keep going if you
Keep
want.
going. No, keep going.
Keep
Lyle.
going. All right.
Question: How the heck does Lyle know what a Rolodex is? That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Maybe
love
I just
hearing
hear
you
Do you know what a Rolodex actually is, or do you just know it like as a
term?
Term, because I hear Brock say it.
Have you ever seen an actual Rolodex?
Maybe at some point.
Yeah, they're old.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear you keep screaming at people.
Good. Good.
Going.
Honestly, you know
Even
what?
TJ wasn't screaming like that. TJ was like speaking in a normal volume.
All right,
I
you
was
know
like, TJ!
You know what part of it probably is? I was so fired up to be right about this.
Oh,
I was so
least-
fired up to be right about this.
Oh,
At
good.
least I was drunk when I lost volume control.
True.
Lyle, were you drunk?
You guys have no idea how loud it is.
This is what Maura sounded like at Brock's
Yes.
party.
Lyle,
She sounded like Lyle in the pen.
You guys have no idea how loud it is out there. There's music blaring the
I
whole
don't know,
game.
TJ wasn't that loud.
Lyle, were you drunk when you were doing
Give me
that?
one
Here
more.
we go.
Let's hear another.
All right, here. You know what? You want somebody that got 2 out of 5? I'll give you somebody that got 2 out of 5 instead. Gilligan's Island?
Yeah, it's a TV show.
Leave It to Beaver?
I saw a TV show too.
The Mary Tyler Moore Show?
Never heard of it.
How about Even Flow?
No, you made that up.
And then Buffalo Bill.
Is that like a movie? Is that like a character? He's a murderer? No, I'm thinking of Kill Bill. Kill Bill.
No, but he had it.
Almost.
Well,
2.5.
half partial credit.
2.5.
Look at all these. I mean, there's like 10 or 12 of these. Nobody got more than 2 of 5. Again, I could keep going.
But you would have gotten 0.
Okay,
no
but
one's
there's
gotten 0.
Okay, but I picked
none of
5
them have.
specific
None of them
also-
have gotten 0.
The Mary Tyler Moore Show was one we used as an example off air. We didn't even really care if you knew that.
Right.
You didn't bring up the Beatles because you didn't know, or Stevie Wonder.
No, I know the Beatles. I didn't know the one song you were playing. Again, there's been things
You
guys
couldn't name
haven't-
one Stevie Wonder song, and you didn't bring up Frasier, who's more Seattle focused. I think people would at least have heard of the show.
Yeah, you definitely picked and chose here.
Yeah, you did.
No, I picked and chose from
proves
recent
nothing.
topics.
This proves nothing.
No, it proves a lot.
Proves nothing.
There's 10 of these at least, and those were the only 10 I did.
Give me
You could
one
have
more.
found 100 of these.
Give me one more.
All right, what was a good one?
I'm reading the tone of these people, Salk, and I can read. I'm a master. I was a psychology major. The tone is very clear in their answers. This is a psychopath screaming at me, so I'm just going to answer as quick as I can and not even think about this.
Good.
I'm not even thinking about
See,
an answer.
someone says you didn't ask one person, have you heard of the movie Silence of the Lambs?
Right.
100% would have said yes.
That's right.
I'm not so sure.
I don't think they would have based on the other
from
answers.
all these answers of people getting all these things wrong, you're so sure they would have said yes to that?
None of those things are from my or not all those things are from my generation either. I wasn't around for the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
That was what we were saying to you,
I'm
Lyle,
not
is
80.
that neither of us watched the Mary Tyler Moore Show growing up, but our parents did, so we knew of it.
Here's the moral of this whole exercise is you guys are living in a fantasy land.
we're
you think
not.
people in their 20s choose to care about this stuff.
No, just that they have.
You may have heard of it in passing.
Okay, but
you don't have to care about
But
it.
you guys phrase it as it's only me and me alone that is
Well,
so
you're an
convinced.
exaggerated example.
Well,
Hold on
there
one
we go.
second. 1 second.
An
Lyle.
exaggerated example.
I love this exercise. I so appreciate
Yes.
you going to the people.
I do too.
I want you to continue to do this.
Yeah.
But when you do, can you just not scream in their face?
Well, I'm sorry. I was excited about being proven right.
It just taints the experiment. It just taints it just a
I
little
was excited about being proven right. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
206 wants you to come up with a Brock and Salk millennial quiz. I think it would be Gen Z.
Yeah, millennial.
Yeah.
Lyle's millennials know all that stuff. You don't think millennials know Pearl Jam?
But they want you to quiz Brock and Salk on some Gen Z stuff.
Gen Z, that would be a little harder. I think we do okay. I think we do better than Lyle on our stuff.
Like the Sizzler or the Rizzler or the Ritzer?
Yeah, we're going to Sizzler.
So have a great time.
Thank you. I'll report back.
I cannot wait for story time Monday.
Yeah, I'll report back on what the reunion was like. Should be quite the affair. Have a great weekend. Enjoy tomorrow. Maura, Lyle, will miss you guys. Brock, I'm sure we'll chat.
I know you'll be watching
St. Louis, the
Beetlehawks
Beetlehawks?
Friday night. Yeah.
Beetlehawk game. One of my favorite cities, too. I love St. Louis. Beautiful town.
Okay,
Beautiful.
the A's in the barn.
Really nice.
We got to go.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Hey friends, it's Stacy with a little bit of inside info. I know there are a lot of local business owners listening right now. This message is for you. Wayscar Ford is running great pricing on all of their commercial vehicles, trucks, Super Duties, Isuzu FTRs, box trucks. The bigger, the better, and they have a ton of them. New and used models and a ton of 2025 models. I'm on their website right now. Here's one, $11,000 off. Another for $19,000 off. Wayscar Ford just expanded their heavy truck shop, and there are a ton of opportunities. They're looking for mechanics if anyone listening has heavy truck experience. Join a wonderful company at a dealership that's been in Auburn for 103 years. Take advantage of the amazing inventory and deals they have right now. Commercial sales and service for both Ford and Isuzu. A great option for people, a great option for families, and now business owners. I'm a proud customer. I know you will be too. Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are winners of 7 series in a row. They just swept the Angels thanks to a 9-3 win last night. 6 of those runs being scored in an explosive 7th inning. They've got an off day today before opening a series against the Rangers tomorrow at 5:05 p.m. Well, they pulled off the single biggest trade of the year, but the Lakers have been knocked out of the postseason. They fell to the Timberwolves in Game 5. Minnesota plays the winner of Rockets-Warriors. Golden State leading that series 3-2. Game 6 tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Bump, I just watched the Mariners score 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning yesterday, sweep the Angels. They took Game 2 with 9 runs total, a 9-3 win. And I found myself asking a question I'm going to ask you. We're going to ask listeners. We're going to ask Matt, of course, to answer on his birthday. Happy birthday, Matt.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't like us
Yeah.
saying happy birthday, so make sure you